Oh, fucking hell. I do apologise. I didn't realise it was on mute. I didn't realise that we were on mute. As I said hello, Pixel Dibble. I do apologise. I didn't realise I was on mute. Hello, Slendy Rants. Welcome to the stream. I do apologise, Pixel Dibble. I didn't realise that we were on. I actually said hello. How are you? And I hadn't seen you on the streams in a while. I actually said to you. I actually said to you just now. Did you have a good Christmas? But I didn't realise that I hadn't. I must have muted myself last night before I ended the stream, and not, and the settings have changed. I do apologise. Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? I did have a good Christmas. That's good to hear. I do apologise. I didn't realise that the. Sorry, it's low. I'm going to send it now, but I'm basically broke. You don't have to donate if you don't want to. I would prefer you guys not donate if you can't. That's what I believe, guys. We should sue these manipulators who are like, if you types. Well, you don't have to sue them. It's not. You don't have to sue them. It's Vamps. It's because it's not technically. Technically, they're just uploading that content. They're just uploading that content. It's you, the viewer, that are opting to give them the views, the time of day. It's not about manipulating. You're the people that decide to go and watch it. It's not emotional. It's not emotional manipulation. In a way, it's cash. It's basically cash. It's a cash grab. But a cash grab only works if you've got people willingly who are willingly going to watch it. That's what a cash grab is, guys. A cash grab only works if you're willing to go and watch it. So somebody out there, it's Vamps, is willing to go and watch that brain rotted content. I need to go and get some Oakwood. I subscribed. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. Hello, Super Boris Wardemire. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to. Thank you for subscribing, Slendy Rants. My aim is to hit 8K by the well, as soon as possible. My aim is to hit 8K soon, guys. Hopefully by the end of next month. Hopefully. Yeah, but it's the people that watch it. So it's imagine, it is manipulation. It is manipulation, but it's manipulation because there are people that are willing to get there. Mine is to get 500. Cool, you'll get there. You will get there. It's a challenge. Joe, will you be my friend? I don't normally accept friendship with people through streams. I don't normally accept friendship with people through streams, guys. But that's because you don't know anything about people. The only thing I know is... Hey, do you know about ranters on YouTube Shorts? What, people that people are ranting on YouTube Shorts? Is that what it sort of is? Oh my god, my nose. I don't know, but then I can understand people doing a rant video on YouTube Short. Oh. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. No. So. In the way I'm doing it, there will be a plank of wood here. Like, they did what you asked, but you keep saying it. Yeah, but that's because it's a loop. I met someone that did that. This Minecraft is 8 years old. This is the last update that Legacy Console Edition got. I've always played this version. What streaming software do I use? I'm using an Elgato HD60 capture card. I'm using an Elgato HD60 capture card. Let's put some torches there a second. Right, so we need to put this here. I now need to fix to do that. Perfect. Oh, you mean like Roblox stuff and rants and stuff? But that's what I think. That's what I think Pixel Dibble was on about. You know, when people make rant videos. I mean, some rant videos though, guys, are justified. Some rant videos are justified. Some rant videos though are absolutely justified. When I stream, my overlay does not show on stream. I have no idea. I have no idea what would cause that. I'm afraid. Yeah. Well, it's because reaction and rant videos and rant videos are the simplest videos to make. If you get what I mean, it's because rant videos and if you watch a video of someone ranting, it's the cheapest and easiest videos to make. Right, so I'm gonna do this then. So now we need to dig out a bit more. I want some glowstone here. Some guy made a superstar about his heart disease, and yet still made rants. Yeah. I don't like that type of content though. So we have a person that watches my videos. He uploads like edits, and he made an edit of me. This guy made an edit of me, but I don't know whose benefit it was. I'm going to play Five Nights at Sonic's there. Cool. So a guy who watches my streams, he made like a... guy who watches my streams made a video... Made a sort of... Oh, I need to have that there. Sort of made a video. Yeah, I have seen that. Literally, there was a guy called J Station a few years ago. He uploaded a video. He got terminated. Because he uploaded a video claiming that his girlfriend had died, and it was fake. Hello, Swiss. Welcome to the stream. Basically, this guy uploaded a video saying his girlfriend had died, which it was totally false. His girlfriend hadn't died, and because it got so many views, he then uploaded a video where he went to a fake mourning site. Read last. Five Nights at Sonic's is a fan game. Cool. Preston made the same thing. Did he? Yeah, I hate when I see videos like that. So I've done something similar where I made a video making it look like there was an alien invasion, but I was using that as like a publicity stunt for my book. So I made like I made a fake alien invasion news article, but I was using it to promote the fact that I just brought out an alien invasion science fiction story. So that makes sense. But somebody turning around and... Joe, are you in puberty or something? How old do you think I am, Pixel Dibble? I'm... How old do you think I am? Out of curiosity. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not 12. I'm not 12. How old do you think I am? Like, I'm not... I'm not in puberty. Yeah, I'm 23. I'm not in puberty, guys. Like... No word of a lie. I finished going through puberty probably like 7-8 years ago. Yeah, I'm not a 30. This is naturally my. Well, this is not. Well, this is not naturally my voice. My voice is this. My voice is actually this. But when I'm doing streams, I go a bit. When I'm doing streams, I go a bit louder. When I'm doing streams, I make my voice a bit louder for you guys. Can guys force deep voices? Well, you can change your voice. I can change my voice up. I can change my voice up at will because I wanted to be an actor when I was younger. And then I opted to go into filmmaking, guys. So I can change my voice up. I can change my voice. Sonic the Hedgehog movie. Are they already doing a 4th one? Bloody hell. How old do you think I am? I think you're about 15. I think you're about 15. That's just a rough guess, though. That is just a rough guess. It's gonna start filming in summer 20. That's a very. Where are you from? I'm from the UK. That's very. Oh shit. We're gonna have to go the other way then. We can't go the other way. Let's just grab. Well, yeah, that's normal. No. Yeah, if you're a male, your voice gets if you're a male, your voice gets deeper as you get older. If you're a male, yes, your voice gets deeper, but there are some people that obviously it never happens. So, for example, what I sounded like when I was 14. Yeah, you're somewhat close. Yeah, I would have thought like 15 or 16, but that's because Pixel Dibble, that most people who watch my streams tend to be. Most people that watch my streams tend to be around. Do I live on Baker Street? No, I don't. But that is I'm not Sherlock Holmes. Your brother forces you to support Manchester United. Well, no, I just had a guess. It was just a rough guess. But it was because most people that watch my streams are 15 to 16, are between 13 to 15, 16. So I'd imagine you're there. You're around that age range. Because most people that tend to show up on my streams are that age. That's just that's just sort of a rough guess. It feels weird for me. It feels more weird for me because most of the people that watched my streams when I started are now like in their 20s. Wish you a great puberty. I've already gone through puberty, guys. I'm 23, guys. Right, so I've already gone through that tunnel and come out the other end. I want to make this look slightly smoother so we can I want to make this slightly smoother so we can go down the stairs. So I want to make this look slightly better. So I'm reinventing the staircase. Basically, guys, I'll reinvent the wheel as well at the same time. Joe, are you a bot? No. Where are we? Okay. I've got to go down a couple more blocks then to line that up. Yes, I know they filmed the horror film. So the guy filmed it on his phone. The gentleman that filmed that, I believe he filmed it on his phone, which takes some doing. Filming a phone. You're saying Swiss is 90? Swiss is like 190. You can add another 100 years onto that. Joe, why are you not a bot? Because I'm not. That's like saying that's like saying why are you not that's like being British and someone saying to you why are you not American? Because I'm not. Where's that torch we had just now? I need to go exactly this way now. Yeah, DreamWorks Turbo, bloody hell. I will be honest, I remember when Turbo came out. I was like 11 when that came out. I don't think I will probably ruin some of your guys' childhoods here. I don't think Turbo's a particularly good film. I don't think Turbo's particularly good. George Washington also George Washington also owned slaves. Right, so when we're done here, you'd never know that this was once. When we're done here, you'd never know that this was once. Yeah, I don't think Turbo's a particularly good film. It's the same as I don't think Frozen's a good film. I don't think the film Frozen, they called it the best. People called it the best film of 2013, which I don't think it was. I think it was The Hobbit. Frozen was only good because Disney had a bit. Frozen was only good because Disney had had a run of a couple of years where they basically brought out a lot of shit films. Right, it's lined up. Good. Now we can sort that out. Oh my god! Please say that I can. Waterloo Road. I have heard of Waterloo Road, but I think the problem I have with that show is that I don't get why they brought it back. I don't like when they just keep bringing shows back. They reboot shows. I don't like when they reboot shows because sometimes they reboot it back and then it doesn't work as well. I hate when they do that. It's also the same as I hate when they make reboots of films for no reason at all. Toy Story 5. Yeah, I don't think there should be a Toy Story 5. I don't think we needed a Toy Story 5. That's just my opinion though, guys. I studied film, guys, so I'm quite hypocritical. But I really don't think we needed Toy Story 5. Toy Story 5, I really do not think we needed. Because the thing is with Toy Story is I don't think we needed Toy Story 5 because, you know, Toy Story 3 was a natural end. Toy Story 3 was a natural ending. Toy Story 3 was a natural ending. Toy Story 3 was a really good natural ending to it. And then Disney tried to find a way to cash grab on it. That's the whole reason that is the whole reason that the next one come out. The problem with films now is a lot of it is cash grab. A lot of it's cash grab. We've got this. What time is it for me? It's currently 2:30 in the afternoon. So I need to go and get some more wood. Actually, should we do downstairs first? I've never watched Angry Birds. I've never watched it, but when that I was already, I will admit that I was obviously, I was a teenager when that came out, so I never watched it. I never understood the appeal of it. But that's probably, as I'm saying, guys, that's probably because I was over a teenager when that film came out. No, but it's still a cash grab. You know, doing more films because it makes money. That's what it is. There was there were no reptiles in the first one. Yeah, but what I mean is, it's not about that. It's not done. That's not why a movie's done. A movie's done for money reasons. A film is done for money reasons, so it would have been done because there's money. If there was no money in it, you don't do a sequel if there's no money in it. That thing of making us... Movies are done for entertainment, yes, but they're done for money first. Firstly, they're done for money. They plan the sequels out in advance. I don't think so. A lot of films don't have any sequels planned. Sequels are never planned out. Sequels are only planned out if it's part of something greater. Is it okay to prefer anime? Well, I don't think so personally, because I personally think anime is terrible. But that's just my preference. So yeah, like, But what I'm saying is that yeah, it's for entertainment, but they only make the films that they know that will make money. So no sequel is ever planned out. Normally a sequel isn't announced till the money comes in, till they see how much money the first one made. So, like what It's Vamps said there, they wouldn't have decided to do a second one until the money was made from the first one, which is why they waited for a couple of months, saw that the Minecraft movie got a lot of money, and then opted to go and announce that they were going to make a second one. That's what they do. Hello, Clemmy Lord Official. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, no film. Only something like Lord of the Rings had sequels planned. The only film that was exactly planned to have sequels was Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. Because they were... Hello, Omnivale. Welcome to the stream. Joe is the next Paramount. Oh, I wish. But yeah, no film is planned. I'm really good, Omnivale. How are you? Yeah, we have... We are so lucky that that lines up there. Yeah, so like if we're talking about films, guys, on a context, I think we're going to have to do something here, guys. Oh, I'll tell you what. Just realised we can do that. Yeah, I'm never going to watch anime, guys, because I really don't like the style. I don't like Japanese animation. I don't like the style. Whereas I prefer more traditional British and American animation. I think it's like what I'm gonna say here, guys, is like that's just the thing. I don't like the style. I find the style weird, but it's because Japanese anime is exactly what like Spanish TV was like in Japanese anime is like what the Spanish TV was like in the 80s. Have you guys ever seen the show The Fast Show? Probably not. You guys have probably never heard of it. The Fast Show is a comedy show, but they take the piss out of Spanish TV in an episode, because in the 80s Spanish TV was really bizarre. Is it that you only watch the sus scenes, bro? No, I just don't like the style. I just don't like the style of... I just don't like the animation style. But to me, that's not animation. To me, that the animation they do is too far... Is too, like... To me, the animation they do is too over the top. I prefer animation... I prefer the more grounded, traditional animation. That's just my opinion, though, guys. I think that their animation style is far too over the top. But that's... But I will be honest, though, guys. I prefer live action. I prefer live action filmmaking. I don't think you can call it a film. You can't call it a film if it's animated, because film was shot on film. Animation was drawn and stuck together. But that's just my opinion. Why can't you try one? No, I mean, I have seen them. They used to, obviously, things like Pokemon and all that used to air on the UK TV. But the animation style put me off, because the animation style, it doesn't look natural. But that's just my opinion. Now we have all AI movies. No, we don't. We don't have AI movies. We don't have AI movies. No movie is AI. no movie is AI, because the AI you cannot make a movie in AI, due to the fact that the AI has no concept of how to make a movie. So it will be in the future. It will never work. AI would never be used in filmmaking because you can see it. You can see if it's an AI film. If you've made a film out of AI, you can see it because the eyes don't look right. The eyes don't look right. Basically, the AI doesn't know how to capture human emotion. The AI cannot capture human emotion because human emotion comes from you. It comes from us. It can't be computer generated. Which is why we use. It can only be captured if you're using something like motion capture. It can only be captured if you use something like motion capture. Which obviously motion capture captures the face. I just don't like anime, guys. Like, I would rather watch a live action film. Because, live action film, they've had to be out in locations. They've had to have crews of thousands of people. That's just what I prefer. I think I'm more impressed by film. If I'm watching a film in live action, I'm more impressed by it. Because they've had to physically hold a camera. And those film cameras that they use on film sets are genuinely heavy. I've shoulder rigged a film camera. I've shoulder rigged a film camera on a film set. That film camera was like £50. So holding that out in front of you with two arms, it's ridiculous. It's really painful when sometimes you have scenes. Sometimes you have scenes that are long. So I spoke to a guy on a film set. I spoke to a guy that I was working with on a film set. He worked on an opera film. Yeah, the emotions too are conveyed better, because that if you're doing an animated film, you can only create so much emotion. On an animated film, you could only create so much emotion from the character, whereas with live action, you can generally see it. So one of my favourite scenes for genuine human emotion in TV is David Tennant's reaction in Doctor Who in the episode Gridlock. In the episode Gridlock, when he finds out that everyone on New Earth died to a virus, his reaction is absolutely golden. The performance is amazing. Hello, I like potatoes. Welcome to the stream. So, I pissed someone off. I pissed someone off on stream the other day when they said manga. I said, so a comic, and they went, no, a manga, but a manga's a comic. And it's one of those. The word manga is like Japanese for comic. And because this Japanese culture's taken off everywhere now, people don't tend to realise that. I think people don't tend to realise that it's just a word for it's just a translation of a different word, and I find it really interesting about how people don't know that. But yeah, the Japanese word for comic is manga. It's the same as the Japanese word for animation is anime. I'm going to do one every 3. I'm going to do one every 3. Good. So just to lighten up this room. Do you always ignore rude comments? No, I read every comment. I mean, you can swear. Yeah, you can swear on comments, but that's the thing, though. Like, Japan's an interesting one, which it's a country that, yeah, they do a lot of media that people like. But Japan's also quite a bad country on certain aspects. Japan have never fully admitted the atrocities it did in World War II. In fact, there's some parts of Japan outright some parts of Japan like outright say that it never happened. Some of the atrocities never happened, which I find that really interesting. They're really racist. Yeah. I can't show this on stream, but you guys could probably search it. I can't show you guys this on stream, but you guys can search it. The Japanese advert for cleaning. Japan did an advert for washing for a washing machine, where they had a black man thrown in there. They had a black man who was shoved in a washing machine, and he came out Japanese. So basically, when will you do a face reveal? Probably, I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. I've seen that. Yeah, that advert. That generally is. Japan has quite a racist subculture. And yeah, so the advert of the black man being thrown in the washing machine and coming out as a white Japanese man, like, you would never, that would not be aired in the UK. Like, in the UK, and I believe possibly the United States as well, maybe. I don't think that would be allowed. Face reveal at 10k? Maybe. We've got to hit 10k first. Maybe. But we have got to hit 10k first, though. I just want to clear my inventory for 2 secs. Here we go. So, no, I need that glowstone. What am I building? I'm not really building anything. I'm just improving my staircase. I'm improving my staircase on the world here. The staircase down here, the staircase over here, I've sort of made it look like a staircase. I've sort of tried to make this look like a staircase. I know I'm on mute. Sorry. No, I read your comments. Bacteria, blimey. I read your comments. Sorry, I muted myself because there was a loud bang. Yes, I muted myself because there was a loud bang. So I was trying to answer your question. I like potatoes. I didn't realise I was on mute then. I forgot I was on mute. So the most views I've ever got on a stream was 43. The most views I've ever got on a stream was 43. The most views I've ever got on a stream was the most views I've ever got on a stream was 43, guys. But the most I've ever got on a video, guys, was the most views I've ever got on a video was 50,000. The most views I've ever got on a video, guys, was 50,000. You could be serious. You'd never know. Right. You never know. Did it come out of you, or was it already in the toilet? Did it come out of you, or was it already in the toilet? Because if it has come out of you, you probably should get that checked. Because you do not know what that did internally. Sorry, I was gone. I said, did the parasite thing come out of you, or was it already in the toilet? It came out in your piss. Yeah, you should probably get that checked out, because, you know, that could have done all sorts of internal damage. Because that's not a natural thing. That's not a natural thing to happen. That's not a natural thing to have happen to you. For you to go and do that and then have an insect make you piss. That's not a natural thing. Right. Did quite a good job there. I just want to go and get a nice shovel a second. After service hours. It's probably recommend, because you've had that happen to you, I reckon that would be classed as a bit of an emergency. I reckon that would be classed as a bit of an emergency, because something coming out of your piss is not something. It's not something to be taken lightly. Right, so let's just break that. We're going to need a bit more wood here. Hello Araway, welcome to the stream. Hello Apollo, welcome to the stream. There we go, so we're just making this, guys. We're working on the staircase. We're improving the staircase. Joe, what are you building? I've been improving my Minecraft staircase. So this staircase was here and it went down a lot further. But I've improved it here. I've been improving it, so I made it go down much further. I've made the staircase go down. I've made the staircase go down slower, so we can add more staircase. I've made this staircase go down much. I've made the staircase go down much slower. I've made the staircase go down much slower. What? Much less gradual. More gradual. So basically, it means that every single place on here we can add a new door to leading to some other parts of the leading to some other, you know, different rooms. So as we get to here though, actually let's do one more thing at the moment. Let's do one thing at a time at the moment. Let's worry about doing this staircase, doing the roof. There we go. Maybe I should put a torch here then. Why don't they like men? That's just a bit random. So this is where the staircase did once go down. So it went down there harshly. So I've made the staircase. I've made the staircase be more gradual as it goes up. So Has no visible changes. But it's slower, so it's not like this. It's lots... What I mean is it's a lot slower going down. So the gap is bigger. Right, so I'm going to break that there then. Break. So, let's just break that a second. Now we can go to here. So what I mean, to get to the sort of thing that we're doing, it doesn't look like this. Oh, I haven't got enough stairs. Never mind, no one saw my comment. Rate my fantasy metal from 1. Sorry, I didn't see your comment because all the others comment. Here we go. So now, if I quickly go make a couple more staircases, I will explain what we have. I'll explain what I've done. Yeah, I kind of gathered that you were talking about something like that. Let's break that. That's not what, because that was an event. So what we've done is this. It's much bigger. It's much longer. But the staircase is more gradual. The staircase going up is going down is more gradual. Basically, the staircase going down is a much more gradual design. Oh, pardon me. I don't think we need too many torches here. Well, I don't think we need any here. We don't need any here, really, because of the glowstone in the roof there. But I'll put some just because we want this to be extra lit. There we go. Perfect. So the lights there keep everything sort of lit. Perfecto. So now we've got a little bit more we need to do across here. We need to put the... So, yeah. We've got a little bit more we can do across here. Like, we can probably go and grab some wood. Well, Pluto is tiny. Pluto is absolutely... Pluto is tiny. Like, Pluto would fit in the United States. It's that... Pluto as a planet would fit in the United States. Why did I run outside? I didn't need to do that. I needed to go to the other way. Thank you guys. We've just crossed 7,330. As it stands at the moment, we are within. As it stands at the moment, we are within 1,000. We are within 100. Well, we're in 270 of hitting 8K, which is incredible. So let's just go to YouTube Studio a second. I want to check something, guys. We're aiming to see if we can hit 8K by the end of the year. By the end of next month. We're aiming to see at the moment if we can hit 400,000 views by the end of the year. And as it stands at the moment, we've got nearly 43,000 views this month, guys. In 2025, we've done it, guys. We have crossed 400,000 views for this year. We've got 400,353. We have done it. And I want to thank all of you guys, because you guys over the last 12 months have made that possible. At the start of this year, I didn't think we'd be anywhere near hitting that. Yeah, I would love to thank you guys, because that's incredible. 400,000. Finally, a good show. I'm upset because of this. How long have you been streaming for? I honestly couldn't even tell you. I've been streaming for an hour. You have good streams, and you actually talk to my comments. I talk to everyone's comments. I respond to everyone's comments. I think that's right, though. You know, at the end of the day, you've taken time out of someone's day to go and watch their stream, so you should at least try and read as many comments as you possibly can. Hello, Snikey. Welcome to the stream. Just trying to get into this part, guys. I couldn't get through the gap. Right now, this is the next part of our. This is the next part of our job, guys. The next part of our job is to fill in this hole. I did see your comments. I did see your comment. I just didn't read it out. Like, I don't read out every single comment. I try to, but there's sometimes I just physically can't read everyone's comments out. They usually only read Dimension comments. Well, I read donation comments, but we hardly get many of those. We get like a couple every month, but I think it's nice just to read out everyone's comments that you see. I think it's better if you read out as many comments as possible, every single one that you see. We'll have to go now. Have a good rest of your day, Apollo. Thank you for watching the live stream. It's really kind of you. Right, so let's quickly get into this area here. Joe? Yeah? There we go. Perfect. Looks good. Now we can There we go. So if we want to do this, we need to add a couple of wood pieces on here. Yes, Pixel Dibble? I saw your comment. Right, let's just quickly... I mean, I think I'm the only person on this stream, ROA, that gets that reference. Yeah, I didn't... On that stream the other night... On that stream the other night, I did not know what to say to that. Like, I didn't know what to say to that the other night. Like, I personally, with that, I personally thought that there was no way you can justify it. There's no way you can justify it by self-defense. I have no idea what Calamity Lord Official commented. Oh, sorry. I absolutely have no idea what you commented, I'm afraid, Calamity Lord Official. That is just... That's a bit random. Oh my god, my nose. I think we'll have a... I think what we can probably have some... We could probably have a little room here. Yeah, that's what I didn't... I found that quite questionable, though, as well, because... You know, 6'5" is very, very... 6'5" is very, very tall. Like, 6'5" is 20... 6'5" is 20 centimeters taller than I am. 6 foot... Someone that's 6'5" stands 20 centimeters taller than me. So they're... I have no idea. They're like... That's like 8 inches. That is like 8 inches. So that's huge. You know, the average... Even if you're, say, skinny... How tall am I? I'm 5'9". Even if you're skinny or away at 6'5", that's still probably 180 pounds. That's still probably 180, 190 pounds, at least. Someone that's skinny at 6'5" is probably at least 200 pounds at least. Hello, Stanislas Jankus. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, here it is. The average weight of someone, a healthy weight for someone that's 6'5" is like 184 to 238 pounds, but most people that are lean are like 200 to 250, which is... yeah, 4'8" probably. Oh yeah, like if there's, you know, compared to someone that's 4'8", I probably weigh 140 pounds. I'm a foot taller than someone. I'm a foot taller than someone that's like 11. And I'm probably 150 pounds heavier than someone that's 11. So someone that's 6'5" is probably closer to 2 foot. Someone that's 6'5" is probably 2 foot taller than an 11-year-old, and probably 200 pounds heavier. Hello, the random guy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that is. Yeah, you would hope so. Hello, the random one. Welcome to the stream. Of course, I remember you. Welcome to the stream. Joe, do you want to play later? Well, I remember somebody with your name. Whether it was you, I have no idea. I have loads of people that join my streams. I tend to remember people. I've got Legacy. But what Legacy Edition Super Duff? That's the thing. But what Legacy Edition? That's the thing. Legacy isn't crossplay. So if you don't have the same Legacy version that I've got, the 9-year-old... Yeah, but that's not the edition. PS3. Yeah, this isn't PS3, so you can't play with me, I'm afraid. Yeah, Legacy is not a cross-play version. So if you're not playing the same version as somebody, like, so you're playing PS3, this is the Nintendo Switch, you can't play with someone that's... I have no idea. You're 6'1" because you play basketball, Pixel Devil. I don't think basketball plays into it. That's just a really interesting one. I've heard people say that before, that basketball gives them height, but I don't think it does. I thought it was genetics myself, but I have heard people say that before, that basketball gave them height. Interesting. But yeah, the guy on this stream the other night, that comment didn't sit right with me. That comment didn't sit right with me at the on the stream. I have no idea. But yeah, that comment's... Yeah. Well, that's probably why you're 6'1" then. That's probably why you're 6'1", because that's really tall genetics. Well, I try and be... What I try to do, Oraway, is I try to be as kind and respectful as possible. And I've always done that with every single thing that's ever happened on the streams. But I was trying to keep it as calm as possible for everyone. While I didn't agree. While on that regard, I didn't agree. Which is why I said you can't justify. You can't justify that. You know. Like, how tall is everyone? Like, how tall is everyone here? Everyone here is like everyone here is around 6 foot. I'm slightly shorter than that. I'm slightly shorter than that, but you know, you guys are... Some of you guys watching this stream are over 6 foot. I wouldn't want to take a slap from you. You got a fuck ton of patience. Yeah, my patience is ridiculous, but you know, like, as you said on that stream, as you said on the stream, like, you know, you're 6'3" and around what, 105 kg. I wouldn't want to take a slap from you. So imagine what that 11-year-old was going through. Because as you can imagine, you know, the taller you are, the bigger your hand. The taller you are, the bigger your hand. And also as well, like you said, middle. No, but what we're talking about, Pixel Dibble, is we've got a guy that we had a guy that was watching the stream the other night. He's 6'5" and 17, and he said to us about how his friend's angry with him because he slapped his friend's 11-year-old brother. And we were like, well, if you're 17, you can't justify slapping an 11-year-old for self-defense. Because bearing in mind, 6'5" is huge. Well, yeah, but that's quite a hard thing. Like, for example, as an example, guys, I'm 175 centimeters, so I'm 5'9", and I'm roughly 96 kg, so I'm roughly about 213 pounds. 214 pounds. So roughly about 96.5 kg or something like that, 96.5 kg. And it would be bad if I slapped someone that age. But someone that's 6'5" slapping them is ridiculous, because, you know, 6'5" is huge. Like that's almost a foot taller than the average human. The average male is 5'7" globally. The average male is 5'7" globally. So, you know, at 6'5", you're vastly taller than the average human male, or the average adult male. So you can't even justify slapping an adult male due to the fact of the size difference. But to do it to a kid who's like 4'8" is ridiculous. For example, I was shorter than that when I was younger. For example, when I was 11, I was about 4'7". Yeah, the world's mad. But yeah, so when I was 11, I was like 4'7". Imagine being slapped by someone that's almost 2 feet taller than you. Like, where, if you're 4'8", 4'7", 4'8", where are you up until? Where are you up to on someone that's 6'5"? You're probably up to their stomach. You're probably up to their stomach. Because there's like a yeah, but when that was mentioned the other night, I actually left that stream and I was like, there's no way you can justify self-defense. Like the courts, in the eyes of the law, in a courtroom, in the eyes of a criminal court, it would be like, they're 11, 4'7", 70 pounds. You're 6'5", 250, 17. Who's gonna hurt one more? Like, for example, there's a film I've got, and I watched it the other night. Ironically, I watched a film the other night called Sleepers. Do not watch it, guys, if you're under 18. Basically, there's a scene in that where basically about a group of friends. One of his friends is in the hospital because his mum's boyfriend slapped him. He got out of hand, and I put him back into line. There's no harm done. And he said, Robert De Niro's character Robert De Niro's character says to this guy, says, "What is your weight class? 250. What's he? 5'2", 80 pounds." This character, 9 months ain't nothing. Yeah, but it's quite a horrid story. It is a horrid story though. It's a true story about 4 boys that went to prison. It's a story about how 4 boys went to prison in the United States. They went to prison in the United States, and then they were assaulted by the wardens which were there to keep an eye on them in prison, in juvenile prison. Robert De Niro's character in this film says to this man, yeah, Robert De Niro's a priest, and he says to this guy, he said, how he goes, he's in the hospital with a collapsed lung. What are you? 6'4", 250 pounds? He says to the guy. Juvenile, so it's a juvenile prison, because the kids are like 14. It's a shock. It's a shocking film. It's a shocking film, and it's based on a true story. But what happened is 13 years later, two of the kids that have become gangsters, they saw one of the officers that assaulted them, and they shot and killed him. But the other two guys come back, and one of them became a lawyer. One of them offered to send him to prison, to be the one to send him to prison. He asked for the case, so it looked like he was going to send his 2 friends to prison, but he botched it. He botched the prosecution to turn it on the officer. So when they brought in his mates as a character witness to explain how good the officer was, they asked the lawyer that's basically hired, guys. Things great film, but there's a scene in there which I'm going to draw it into this. There's a scene in where a guy, Robert De Niro, says to this guy, "What are you, 6'4", 250 pounds?" And the guy goes, "Yeah." He goes, "And what's the kid? 5 foot, 80 pounds? That's not even a fair weight class. That would be an illegal boxing fight." And Robert De Niro says, "I might not be in your weight class, but I definitely weigh more than 85 pounds. And when I'm done with you, you're not gonna need a doctor. You're gonna need a priest." Great film, but that's exactly right though. 6'5" versus someone that's like 4'7" would be exactly like what Robert De Niro says in Sleepers. It's a great film. Brad Pitt, Dustin Hoffman, Mimi Rogers. Great film. Who else is in it? Yeah, Sleepers. Dustin Hoffman, Brad Pitt, Kevin Bacon. Who else is in it? Who played King Benny? Oh, Vittorio Gassman played King Benny. Good player. Well, not good player, but good actor. Good performance. By the way, this is probably what I mean when say people don't text when I'm on here. For some reason, before me there were 5 Donnies, and all in now. Yeah, I think it's because Well, it's also because some people get bored. Some people get bored, so it's an interesting one where basically it's attention span. No, I don't sound sleepy, Swiss. I'm not sleepy. What happened was the internet went off. The internet crashed. The internet crashed on my laptop, so the stream stopped. I'm not tired. I'm not tired. It was replaying the same scene. It was replaying the same bit. Right, there we go. Perfect. So, no, the internet crashed. So it basically, what am I doing tonight? I will probably be watching Everton. I will most likely I will be watching Everton because Everton are on tonight. They're playing Nottingham Forest away, so I'm a little worried. But I'd love Everton. I'd love for Everton to win tonight. Probably watching a movie. It was yours, right? I thought mine was bugging. Yeah, because my internet went off. Shit, that's why I went upstairs. Because my internet went off, it would have killed. It would have started making it look. It would have started like bugging. It would have started buffering, because my internet crashed. It comes straight back on. So oak wood. I've got 8 oak planks. I need a couple more, so I'm gonna head to. There we go. Let's try to move. Well, we have some people that are actually good at moderating. For example, I thought the Great Mod Reset. Actually, I think you two have been quite good moderators, whereas some other people haven't really moderated. We could do a mod reset. Commenced. Commence. Order 66. I wish I could do Palpatine's voice. I can't though. Actually, saying that, we've only got 5 mods, guys. We've only got 5 mods. Well, no, but that's not really a thing, though. Like, 5 is a lot. 5's a lot, but you've got to think as well, I do have 7,000 subscribers. I do have well over 7,000, nearly 8,000 subscribers. So 5 from 8,000 is actually quite a bit. It's actually quite low. It would be less. It would be worse. It would be less if we had a smaller subscriber count. Joe, can you sing "What's Up" by the 4 Non-Blondes? I gotta be honest, never heard of that song. I do apologise, never heard of it. Ooh, how many do I think we need? I think we need 12 more. I think we need 12 oak planks. I mean, that is the thing. And I hardly give it to them. I give it to people that I think would do a good job. Like, for example, I think that you and Swiss have done a really good job. Sing a Blur song. I gotta be honest, I don't really know a Blur song. You wrote some lines to your story. Cool. I need to write some work. I need to do some writing. I haven't wrote all week. I haven't wrote anything in my book. I've not wrote any of my stories. If you're British enough to know it. Well, Oasis, yeah, I know them, but it's not my cup of tea. I like Oasis, of course. Oh yeah, well, I gave him a mod to Egg, and then Egg kept banning you, and then I think you've been a really good mod since, so which is why you've kept your one, and Egg sort of lost his mod. But actually, I think Egg was pretty good as a mod as well. To be honest, I will be honest. Right. Yeah, probably. Joking. There we go. So I like this now. It looks decent. We've got room for more rooms across here. My cup of tea. It's a quote. It's not my cup of tea. Is a very good quote. It's a quote. It's a British quote for not being what you like. You know, like for example, I prefer Oasis over Blur. Can I join? I'm playing Legacy Console Edition, so I'm afraid if you do not have Nintendo Switch Legacy Console Edition, I'm afraid you will not be able to play. I simplify my text and mouse now, just emitters and creators. Cool. I'm currently writing I'm currently writing some science fiction stuff for my Dawn of Planets book series. Actually, I'm going to float some ideas for you guys here. I'm going to float some ideas. I want to do a book. I want to do some books, but where I expand the lore of some of the characters, some of the more side characters. Like I would like to do a bit of a story on the lore of Harry Barnesfield, who was the prime, and Cornelia Mindrison. I want to do a bit of a book on the lore of the British Prime Minister Cornelia Mindrison. I want to do guys, what's your favourite quote ever? What's your favourite thing a character's ever said? What's your favourite thing a character has ever said? Famous last words. Well, not really famous last words, Hunter. Welcome to the stream today. Just what's your guys' favourite quotes, a favourite line that's a character has ever said? Look, it could be from anything. It could be like so for example, I can tell you mine. So this is my favourite line. Here we go. I will read it out in a second. All the irony of life is that anyone hardly gets out of it alive. Time for the crunchy. Want to hear a quote from me? Cool. Yeah, so here's my favourite, guys. Probably when Arya Stark says, North remembers when she takes revenge for the assassination of her family. Oh, yeah. My favourite quote is cool. That's when the man crosses the border. It's the realize. Do you mean realization? It's the realization of there's no going back to his old life. That's nice. I like that. Here's my favorite quote. It's a quote from my book. The government was locked down so let me just read this out. Prime Minister Cornelia Mindresen was in tears. In her own words to her private secretary, Edward Mendes, "My heart weeps for the people of my nation who have lost all. My heart weeps for all those who have lost their lives. We didn't start this war, but I'll be goddamn sure that I will end it." She was beside herself with rage. "I was determined to be a woman of peace, but now fate has decided that I must now be a woman of war." I love that quote. I think that sums it up. I think that sums up that character. I've mentioned that one, but it popped into my head just now when we were talking about writing stories. When we were talking about writing stories just now, like that one popped into my head because I want to expand the lore of that character. I want to expand the lore of that character, and I want to expand the lore of that character and say why she and explain more about why she was such a force of nature. I want to write that into it, so why she was such a force of nature. That everything that could have gone wrong. Sometimes you have to be tough. Like, not everything, sometimes you have to get things right. Whether you're wrong or right depends on what you fight for it. One of my favourite quotes from Winston Churchill ever was one about, "You have enemies? Good, it means you stood for something." Well, yeah, the Prime Minister is a female, which is why she says that she was determined to be a woman of peace, but now fate has decided that she must now be a woman of war. Which I love that quote so much. I think that's one of my favourite quotes I've wrote. That's my favourite quote that I've wrote, just because I think it's a rallying cry of we have to do what we don't want to do sometimes. Like, sometimes even the most peaceful of activists, sometimes even the most peaceful of people have to go to war, have to fight. Stalin, well, yeah, Stalin's an interesting one. He become colder after the death of his wife. Stalin, after the death of his wife, become a much colder man. His wife dying. Stalin become a much colder man after the death of his wife. Your favourite is in German. You don't have to write German. That's alright. You could copy it and place it, or copy and paste it. Stay away from somewhere in Croatia, or I will disintegrate. Why will I disintegrate? Hello, Rakuba, welcome to stream. I'm really confused about Tubster's comment. I will disintegrate. Why will I what am I going to disintegrate? I'm a bit confused. Is that a place in Croatia? I'm so confused. Hello, Akuba. Welcome to the stream. Jay, you didn't get the joke. I have no idea. The sky is up. Yeah, well, it is a random place. It is a random place in Croatia. No idea, though. I would disintegrate. Who's famous from Germany? I don't know. There was a. I was thinking of a painter, but I thought he was from a different country. Whose quote would be famous? Ritz. Joe the German. I'm not a German. The cam. Yeah, but Wirtz wouldn't really have a quote. Jeez. Sorry, Wirtz wouldn't really have a quote because obviously Wirtz isn't that old. I think he's younger than me, Wirtz. I generally think Wirtz is younger than me. Yes, he is. We've now got players playing in the Premier League that are younger than me. No, they weren't. They weren't. They were culturally similar. They were culturally similar, so the language was similar. Basically, Austria was a German. Austria was Germanic. Austria was Germanic and was just a country that wasn't part of the German Confederation, which became known as the German Empire. Yeah, Austria didn't become part of Germany till 1938, and it was released in 1945. I think everyone knows which German guy you're on about. He wasn't German. He wasn't German. He was Austrian. But basically, he believed that Austria was part of a greater Germany. He believed that he basically believed everything up to the Ural Mountains in Russia was Germany. Was Germanic. It's the same with Mussolini. Mussolini had this warped belief that he could reform the Roman Empire with himself as its emperor. Welcome back, Slendy Rants. Welcome back. How is absolutely everybody on this stream today? Everyone loves Earth. Thank you to the people who have thank you to everyone who's commented on the stream so far. I don't want Everton to lose tonight. I would like them to win. A win today would give them 28 points. I'm just really mad that they didn't win against Burnley, but VAR that referee should have been sacked the day late. Should have been sacked the day later, because that referee, that's 4 times this season, That's 4 times against Everton this season. He's got questionable decisions. I personally think he'll be another David Coots, where it came out that he gave dodgy decisions against teams he didn't like. So David Coots was a referee and he's sacked now. He got caught on camera saying about he always gives dodgy decisions against Liverpool because he hates Scousers. And he hates Germans. So I think this referee that refereed Everton on Saturday will be a similar referee, because every time against Everton he always makes he always gets something wrong, or VAR tells him to go and look at something and VAR turns around. So VAR did not even look at the penalty decision on Saturday. The Burnley the Burnley handball, the Burnley player handballing it in the box, blocking out Tyler Diblin's clearance. The VAR didn't even look at it. Am I from Liverpool? No. Everton are not in the Champions League. No, because Everton haven't been in the Champions League in 20 years. But they got absolutely... Well, no. They should have been in it in 1 year. UEFA were corrupt. England should have had 5 teams in it, so they invented a third round playoff. They invented a playoff game. Hoping that one of the English teams would go out. So Everton were forced to play a playoff round where the referees started ruling out goals. I'm not from the city, so I'm not from any city. You can't have all the... If you had all the food in the pantry, you'd be about 18 stone Swiss. I can't give you my bank account, and also I can't give you my car because I don't have one, and I can't give you the pet because my fish is dead. Unless you want a couple of bones from dug up from the ground. Yeah, maybe. Maybe a town, maybe a village. I'm not going to say anything. Rip fish, yeah. Yeah, he was called Captain. He's been dead for 8 years. 7 years, sorry. We're not in 2026 yet. He died in July. He died in July 26. He died in July 18. Yeah, I'm from Canada, actually. I'm actually from Canada. The Britishness is a facade. Oh, my back. Yeah, the Britishness is actually a facade, guys. I crafted it to hide my intentions. Canada, I think, is a beautiful country, but some people claim it's shit because Donald Trump says that Canada brings drugs into the United States, but I think it's the opposite. I think America brings drugs into Canada. But the Americans all listen to Fox News and they just say whatever they want. Like some news, we have news channels in the UK that's basically if they lie, they face a public inquiry because they have to tell the truth. my god. Do you mean Halifax? The reason there's a place in Canada called Halifax is there's a place in the UK called Halifax. A lot of those places though have just huge open plains of nothing. Canada's got just open flames of nothing, whereas the UK is so compact. The UK is so compact, like their city is probably 30 miles apart. Whereas, you know, in some parts of Canada, you've got nothing for like 60 miles. Are you ethnically Jewish? I'm not. Well, yeah, because those parts of the world can be quite cold. Like Canada, well, Canada's quite northern. But yeah, like I went on a film set last year. I worked on a short film a year or two ago, and it got that cold. It got that cold at winter when we were shooting. It got that cold that our bags froze over. So I understand how cold some places can be, because the UK is like Canada. The UK, like Canada, can be really cold. Pure British. I'm pure British. I'm a British bulldog. That's what we call it. I'm just gonna put my controller down a minute. As far as I know, guys, yeah, I am pure British. Guys, thank you for watching the Everton crest video. Thank you, ROA, for the design idea. I was baffled by Alex, who commented on the video. I was baffled by his comment on that video. It looks like Stampy's lovely world. Stampy's words, lovely crest. I personally don't see it. Hello, YouTuber Hubu. Welcome to the Zoom. The 23andMe test, or the Ancestry test. Hello, YouTuber Hubu. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that comment really was bizarre. I'm like, how does it look like Stampy's crest? So Stampy's crest. Stampy's like orange and white. Like Everton's blue and white. And like a darkish blue as well. How are you, YouTuber Hubu? How are you? Weather machines. I think the poor lad might be colourblind. Maybe. What's his name? Have you guys... please tell me you guys have at least watched a Christopher Nolan movie. Christopher Nolan. Bad because I'm not married. Yeah, but you're not... You don't even leave... Yeah, you're 18. You're 18, YouTuber Hubu. Most people aren't married at 18. Most people aren't married at 18. Well, he's not really young. He's 18. He's an adult, but... YouTuber Hubu commented in my Discord server about some stuff which YouTuber Hubu commented something about not being able to be left on his own, which, yeah. So you're not gonna find it. You're not gonna get married if you can't leave the house. That's not how you have to be in love to get married. You can't get married with someone then fall in love. Love comes first, YouTuber Hubu. They just got in the nah for the Everton, for the Liverpool better thing. Yeah. Yeah, you've got to find someone that really loves you, and like, to get married though, it's got to be 100% consensual between both parties. Well, it's not easy. It's not easy. That's the whole thing though. It's not easy. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm just muting myself a second. Well, yeah. You got to think though. Men have standards. Men have standards. Women have standards. Men want certain things from a female. Women want certain things from a male. If Aston Villa wins, who's playing? I don't even know who are they playing. I don't even know who Villa's playing. Oh, they're playing like thing, aren't they? They're playing Arsenal. I don't know. They're both doing pretty well. Arsenal are doing well. I don't think we need to see. I don't think we need you to flash that though. I didn't even know who they were playing. So yeah, we don't want to see you flash your man-tits. That's just bizarre. I need to do something if I want to get married. Yeah, well, if you meet a girl, YouTuber Hubu, you've got to know them first. You've got to know them first. That you can't just get married with. If you like someone, you can't just get married with them straight away. You've got to, you've got to actually get to know them. That you could get to, that you could get to know them and like them because you like the way they look, but they could absolutely hate you, and you can't just get married. You can't get married like that. It's a whole different thing. Yeah, you need to know that person, and you need to know you've got to have a bond. Are you confused, Joe? No, I'm not confused. No, I'm pretty aware. I'm not confused. Joe is right, yeah. Yeah, so if you love someone, like, it's got to be, you've got to get to know them first. I got a friend in my college class I had a friend in my uni class. Basically, the girl in the class, a girl in the year below, like, they got together. She moved in with him really quickly, quicker than he wanted. because he didn't think within like it was within like 3 months. Yeah, lust is different from love. Lust is where basically you just want them. Lust is where you just want them. Whereas it's basically like YouTuber Hubu's commented that on Decepted's Discord server before. I think sometimes he doesn't understand how it works. That's what I get from it. I sort of get the feeling that he doesn't really know how the world works in certain regards. So I put a picture in of this article. I put a picture in Decepted's Discord server of this article, and it was a picture of this woman talking about something, and YouTuber Hubu commented underneath it, "I want to see her in life," which was yeah, it's not how it works. Thanks for trying to help me. Yeah, here's some advice, YouTuber Hubu. If you want to get a wife, you need to actually, if you want to get a wife, you need to stop trying to get a wife. You need to meet someone first. Marriage should be the last thing you think of. It should be the last thing you think of. Actually meeting someone that you actually care about first is way more important. If you meet someone and instantly you want to marry them, it can be too quick. Actually meeting and knowing that person and deciding whether you want to spend your rest of your life with them is more important than suiting the satisfaction of just you want a wife. Because with a wife comes the responsibility of being a husband and being a father in the future if you two want to have kids. It's not just about social status. Hello Pixel Dibble. Sorry, I did see your comment. I was just explaining the point of view from what YouTuber Hubu was talking about. Why have we removed the not safe for work chat? Was it been removed? I might have done that. I might have done that inadvertently without knowing. It shouldn't have existed. To be honest, that shouldn't have existed. Had to get fill-ins at the dentist yesterday. They were awful. Ouch. Yeah, I personally don't understand what it's like to get a filling because I've never had to. But yeah, is it painful, Jackson? Because I've never had to get one, so I wouldn't know what it feels like. I'll be honest, guys. I wouldn't know what it's like. Can I call you Joey? I don't like being called Joey, but everyone else seems to think it's funny. It feels a bit like what you yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what it's like, how painful it is to have one, because I've never had one. So I can't say from experience. Oh yeah. Can I call you the Fat Belly Blender? There's some really weird names on this stream. I'm not even that fat, guys. I'm only 213 pounds. I'm not even that fat. Jesus. I will cry if a girl who I love so much says no in question about marriage. But then that's not the first. When you're talking to a girl, though, YouTuber Huber, that's not the first thing you say to them about getting married. Because it doesn't, that then you don't come across as genuine. You come across as a you come across then as a man desperate for attention. You generally have to know that person first. Check our predictions in the football chat. Ooh, I haven't. Oh shit, guys! I never put the stream in Discord today. I never put the notification in Discord. I haven't opened Discord this morning. Football chat. I'm saying. Everton win 2-1, I think. I think Everton win 2-1. Chelsea winning 1-0 isn't just an interesting one. What's the Junior Hockey World Championship last night versus Slovakia? First time I've ever watched a US full hockey game. I thought it was a really good game. US didn't have their best player. Yeah. Came back to win 6-5. Yeah. Hockey is an interesting one. We had to play hockey when I was in school, and you used to get a detention if you raised the hockey stick above 6 inches. It was bizarre. We had to play hockey in school, and I hated it because I thought it was boring. Can I call you that? Probably not. Yeah, based on what YouTuber Hubu said, like, you literally can't do that. Bringing up the question of marriage straight away after you meet someone, after you meet a girl, literally, they will just look at you and see you as you. Let me think. Sorry. Literally, you would be seen then, YouTuber Hubu, as basically just a desperate. You would just be seen as desperate. You would generally be seen as lonely and desperate. As bad as that sounds, I think with you though, YouTuber Hubu, because you've been in my Discord server for so long, I don't think you tend to realise that, you know, the world is not rainbows, and that they're, you know, behind everything is hard work. I think it is. Canada the favourite this year, but the US beat them last year 4-1, and we were at home, and it's a big advantage. I don't know though, Jackson, because, you know, you never know. You can have the best team in the world on paper and play absolutely shit. For example, Brian Clough, who's one of the greatest British football managers of all time, soccer manager. Brian Clough, who's the greatest football manager of all time, one of the greatest British managers of all time. He once lost a game to a lower league opposition, and they said to him, "You had the best team on paper," and he went, "Yeah, but we don't play the game on paper, do we?" You know, which is 100% true, right? Which is why I love the English Premier League. But you never know. America might have the home advantage, but you never know what's going to happen. We've been doing a lot better than Canada, but then you never know. In 2018, in 2022, in the 2022 World Cup, England had the best form in the world going into the 2022 World Cup, and then they ended up playing absolutely shit. You know, how you've played for the last few years is irrespective when you go into the game. It's only how you perform at the game rather than your record over the previous years. But this year our defence is not great. Yeah, so that could be your downfall. That could be their downfall. Like, that's Everton's thing. Everton in the Premier League, Everton's biggest problem for the last 2 seasons has been the fact that they can't score enough goals. But then defensively, they're one of the best. They've got one of the best defenses in the league. It's really weird. But you never know. It's always two opposites. God bless you. Just put an image in called Collector. So yeah, just on a regard though as well. Yeah. But on counters they seem so lazy. But there is a bit of a difference for that ROA. There is a bit of a difference. Everton are without 5 of their top team players at the moment. Everton are without Seamus Coleman, who's Everton's right back. They're without Jared Branthwaite. They're without Keenan Dewsbury Hall. Jack Grealish was injured as well. And they're without Ndai and Ghana. So Everton... Joe, you're single, right? I am. Yes. But, so Everton Everton at the moment are without 5 or 6 top team players. So yeah, that's Everton's problem. It's not that Everton are lazy. A lot of their best players are gone. The line breaker in Dewsbury Hall, who's very good at sprinting with the ball, is injured. Idrissa Gana Gate that mops up everything in midfield is at AFCON. Ndai, who's normally sprinting down the left and right wing, injured. Jack Grealish, injured. Well, Jack Grealish wasn't injured. He was ill. He was ill. I'm hoping he's back tonight. Everton losing Dewsbury Hall was the problem. Losing Dewsbury Hall against Chelsea was a bummer. Bearing in mind that he had 4 goals. He had 3 goals in 4 games going into that game. Yeah, I don't know if YouTuber Hubu's still here, but YouTuber Hubu, I think, has something like autism, because he should have gone and done national service, so he kept commenting in Decepted's Discord server about he should have gone and done national service for Armenia, and they turned around and rejected him from national service. And you only get rejected from national service if you mentally or physically can't do it. No, I don't think Bayern will, but I think it'll be Arsenal. Arsenal at the moment's record in the Champions League is ridiculous. At the moment, they've won all 6. I think Arsenal are the team to beat. I think Arsenal will win it this year. I wanted them to win it last year because I wanted someone different to win it, and Arsenal have never won it. I wanted an English... with the Champions League, I always want to think... I don't think Bayern will win it. I think it'll be Arsenal. Because Arsenal's record at the moment is ridiculous in the Champions League. I think they've... At the moment, they've played 6. Let me type a second. Why is it not working? Champions League. The Champions League at the moment, Arsenal are playing very well. Yeah, Arsenal at the moment in the Champions League, they've won all 6. They've scored 17 and conceded 1. So Arsenal are top at the moment, 18 games. PSG have won 4, drew 1, lost 1. Bayern have won 5, lost 1. And ironically, I believe they lost to... No, they lost to Chelsea. No, that was Barca, wasn't it? Which one was it? Who did... Let me just find out the game. The Champions League game I'm thinking. No, Arsenal beat Bayern. Arsenal beat Bayern. So I think Arsenal are going to win it. I think they will, though. Madrid, there's a reason we have 15. But Real Madrid had a lot of money, though. Real Madrid had a lot of money at the time. Real Madrid, back in the early 2000s, had the most money out of everyone. Which is why, basically, in 2006, you didn't turn down Real Madrid. They had a lot of money back in the day. But Real Madrid are struggling a bit at the moment. But Real Madrid and Barcelona are in a lot of shit. They're in a lot of debit, which is why they're the European Super League that all collapsed. Well, no, Bayern Munich are doing really well this season, Swiss. I think Arsenal will win the Champions League this year. They got really close last year and they lost to PSG, which I thought was tight. Because no. Well, yeah, good sales. I don't know whether this. No, I don't think it came from the sales. It didn't really come from sales, ROA. There were no financial rules back then. Back then there were no financial rules, so you could spend as much as you wanted. Like back in the early 2000s, they didn't even have a transfer window. You could just buy players whenever you wanted. Like basically, back then you could sign players whenever you wanted. Signing players outside the transfer window was stopped in 2002. In 2002, before 2002, you could basically sign a player at any time in the year. If you wanted to sign a player, you could do it before any time during the year. So basically, Chelsea did it. Chelsea did it basically in Roman Abramovich's first season. They spent 400 million. They spent 400 million. Like Chelsea weren't rich enough. Didn't have any money at the time. Chelsea spent 400 million in Roman Abramovich's first season, which they spent more money than Chelsea was worth. They spent more money than Chelsea was worth. So they put money in it. The transfer budget was more than Chelsea actually earned. Which, that's illegal now. That was brought in. It was brought in to stop players spending more than they made. But back in the day, all the clubs could do it. So Everton did it one year. Everton used to do it. Everton in the 1990s almost went bankrupt because the Everton owner didn't have the money to do it. The Club World Cup's been destroyed now. Hello, Sergio. Welcome to this room. The Club World Cup's been destroyed now. It should be every year like it used to be. 7 teams from each one, and I hated the Club World Cup. I think Infantino should have been forced. No, back in the 90s, Everton were made bankrupt by the fact that the owner didn't have any money. The owner didn't have any money, and would sell players behind everyone's back. So basically, the manager would turn up and find out a player had been sold in the night. So here, Duncan Ferguson, who's obviously, he's been rated as the greatest hard man in football history. Duncan Ferguson's been rated the greatest hard man in football history. Well, the top football hard man. Duncan Ferguson got sold by the Everton owner behind the manager's back. So, for example, Walter Smith, who was Everton's manager at the time, Walter Smith came down the stairs and saw Duncan Ferguson, and Duncan Ferguson, I can see your message. Duncan Ferguson said to Walter Smith, "Thank you for everything, I've just been sold." And Walter Smith contemplated resigning that day because the owner had sold his star striker without even telling him. And it later came out he sold the player. The owner sold the player because he had to pay back a bank loan. Yeah. Duncan Ferguson was sold by the Everton owner behind the manager's back because the owner needed to pay a bank loan back off, because the owner basically had ran himself into the ground. And basically, the year later in 1999, Bill Kenwright, who was on the Everton board, bought the club from him. If he hadn't have done, Everton would have been bankrupt. Everton would have gone into administration and liquidation. Everton would have gone bankrupt. Bill Kenwright, who bought Everton, he was chairman for 20 years. He was chairman until he died in 2023. Some of the Everton fans turned on him in his last years as chairman. Goes into a state. Well, no, I can read your comments, but I said I could see your message. Goes into a state. Well, I don't really usually go into a state. If I'm talking about something, I don't tend to read comments out. But I did say I read your comment. I could see your message. Unless it must have paused, but I did say I could see it. Pass it cut out. I don't know. But yeah, Bill Kenwright was chairman until he died in 2023. A lot of Everton fans that hated him were foreign and weren't Everton fans when he saved them from going to bankruptcy. And over the next 17 years, he turned them from a £20 million buy to a £500 million sale. So that's a pretty good job. I wouldn't say I go into a state, but I just know facts. I just know facts. But it's an interesting topic to talk about. You could talk the same about other clubs, like for example Liverpool. If Everton hadn't have had an argument with their owner over the rent of the stadium, Liverpool FC would not exist. As we say nowadays, should have paid the rent. Should have just agreed to pay that rent. It's the same as thing. Like it's the same as all the other times. Every football club has an interest in history. Like Wolves. It would be sad to see Wolves go down, because Wolves are like Everton, are two of the founding members of the Football League. Everton, Wolves, Sheffield United. Hello Academy FN, welcome to the stream. Let me just think about what are the 12 teams. Because when you see about the success of Barcelona, Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, these 12 teams caused all of that. (1888). These teams. So here we go. Accrington, Aston Villa, Blackburn Rovers, Bolton Wanderers, Burnley, Derby County, Everton, Notts County, Preston North End, Stoke, West Bromwich Albion and Wolverhampton Wanderers are created the Football League. Those 12 teams created the first Football League. So every other Football League spans from those 12 coming together and creating their own Football League in 1888. If you're on your phone, if you go to my community tab on my YouTube channel, and scroll down, the Discord server link's there. It's basically because you're doing it on phone. If you can't click the link on stream on your phone, so if you go to the community tab, you can click it there. It's because YouTube won't allow you to click links on your phone. Whereas if you're on a computer, you can click the link on the stream. But if you go to my community tab, you can click the link there. Where's the community tab? On my YouTube channel. It literally says posts, but it used to say community. It literally says posts. It will say posts now, or posts or community, because it used to be called the discussion tab. They've changed the name. But yeah, it used to be called the discussions tab. So of those 12 teams that created the Football League, of those 4 that created the Football League, 12 of them of those 4 that created the football, of those 12 that created the Football League, 4 of them are still in the Premier League. Villa, Burnley, Everton and Wolves. But I think Wolves and Burnley will go down. So I think unless one of those teams comes up, I think next season will just be Everton and Villa in the league. So it was nice when you got some of the founding members there. Yeah, Burnley are one of the oldest teams. Like Burnley, Everton, Aston Villa and Wolves are 4 of the 12 teams that created the Football League back in 1888. So they are one of the most historic teams. Like one of the teams that I wish Everton gets relegated. Nah, nobody wants Everton to get relegated. Not even Liverpool fans. Because the Merseyside derby, having Everton and Liverpool in Liverpool, and the Merseyside derby brings so much money into Liverpool. No Liverpool fan wants Liverpool to get relegated either, due to the fact that having Everton and Liverpool brings so much money in. Like, ironically, that's because you're Italian. No football fan from Britain wants Liverpool to get Everton to get relegated. Well, no one from Liverpool, but it's like I had someone that told me that recently. I had someone that told me that recently about they're a Liverpool fan. They want Everton to get relegated, and I asked them where they're from, and they went, "Oh, India," or something like that. I'm like, well, you. No Liverpool fan from Liverpool wants Everton to get relegated. Because it provides because it provides so much money to the city of Liverpool. Having two Premier League teams, that there's no other city in the UK. There's only 3 other cities in the UK that have two Premier League teams. Birmingham has Wolves and Villa. Has Wolves and Villa. Obviously, London has 9 teams. London has about 8 or 9 because they have obviously Chelsea, Tottenham, Arsenal, Brentford, Crystal Palace, West Ham. So obviously, Newcastle and Sunderland are completely different cities. Manchester and Birmingham. Birmingham. I forgot I forgot Manchester. But compared to them, what I'm saying though is compared to them, Liverpool's a tiny city. Compared to Birmingham and Manchester and London, Liverpool is a much tinier city. So having 2 Premier League teams in Liverpool, like Birmingham and London can support having multiple Premier League games on at the same time. Liverpool can't support that. So, which is why when Everton are away, Liverpool are at home. When Everton are home, Liverpool are away. Because out of all those other cities, due to the size of those cities, Liverpool can't support having 2 Premier League teams at home at the same time. So that's why the police, because the people that police the football matches in Liverpool and the people who steward the games steward both of them. The Everton and Liverpool stewards are exactly the same people. They steward both. London, Manchester and Birmingham are big enough and have a bigger police presence. It's an interesting one. Like Newcastle and Sunderland are a bit different, where Newcastle and Sunderland they're close enough to each other. They're close enough to each other to be obviously massive rivals, but they're not the same city. I will be back in a second. I just need to go to the toilet. You were big enough. But I was talking about Liverpool in a way. Like it's probably the same as Milan. It's probably the same as Inter Milan, AC Milan. Obviously you can't play. They both can't play at home because they own the same stadium. But I doubt, even if they did own 2 stadiums, even if they both own separate stadiums, I think that the 2 of them would. I think the 2 of them wouldn't be able to support having 2 Premier League or 2 La Liga games on at the same 2 Serie A games on at the same time. It's the same as actually AC Milan Inter might actually be a good example for this. If you're an AC Milan or an Inter Milan fan, you love the derby. You absolutely love that derby. Imagine AC or Inter getting relegated, and then you don't have the Inter AC derby in the league. It wouldn't feel right. It's the same as Everton Liverpool. most Liverpool fans from Liverpool don't want Everton to get relegated because it's something for the city to get behind. You know, the Merseyside derby. Have you ever heard the story or a way of what happened in the 1980s to Liverpool? During the 1980s, Liverpool went through this period of the government absolutely hated them. The British government absolutely ignored Liverpool's social problems and economic issues. During the 1980s, Liverpool, the city of Liverpool, got absolutely hammered by the government of Margaret Thatcher, where she literally said the city of Liverpool should be left to a managed decline, and fixing Liverpool's problems would be like pumping water up a hill. So she basically wanted the city of Liverpool to rot. And what proved it wrong? So basically, that's why Liverpool fans boo the UK national anthem, because they think the government of Margaret Thatcher just left Liverpool to rot. And like the sun is boycotted in Liverpool by mainly Everton and Liverpool fans due to the fact of the shit that they put in the papers after. Hello, Pixel Dibble, welcome back. Oh my god, my eye. Went to the interior area, which is not far from us, because we kind of we went there in the night of 23 and the 25 Champions League. Well, they were literally crying. So fancy to them lose. But you wouldn't want to lose that. You wouldn't want to lose that derby by seeing one of them go. Because you always want the joy of that derby. Win or lose, you always want that derby. Like, win or lose, you always want the Merseyside derby. Like, no matter what, you always want that derby. They lost 2 finals in 4 years. I know they play really shit in the P. I wanted Inter to win it last year because I don't like PSG. How do I ask my crush that she doesn't even know I exist? Talk to her first. Speak to her. Get to know her. But yeah, but it's the same as in the 1980s. ROA, Liverpool was the city of Liverpool was absolutely. Unemployment was everywhere in Liverpool. Financially, the city of Liverpool was struggling, and they thought that the British government just abandoned them. And the icing on the cake for the people in Liverpool was the fact that while the government was abandoning them, Everton and Liverpool were the top teams. So there's a documentary called Two Teams, One City. And it's just about how while all this shit was going on in Liverpool and the government, and they were fighting the government on being left to rot, while Margaret Thatcher was doing all this shit, Everton and Liverpool were the top teams. So Liverpool, it's a really interesting one. It's kind of funny. But yeah, so Everton and Liverpool in the 1980s were the two of the best teams in the world. Basically, Liverpool won the league, then Everton won the league, then Liverpool, then Everton, then Liverpool, then Everton. It's basically, for a period of 6 years, Everton and Liverpool were the best two teams in the UK. And it's just the story is very funny of where basically, what was it called? Two Teams, One City, wasn't it? I don't want 2 teams. I want 2 teams. Let me think. Everton, Liverpool. Let me find what it was called. No. Oh, Two Tribes. It's likely Two Tribes. It was called Two Tribes. The documentary you're looking for is likely Two Tribes, a 2019 BT Sport film that explores how Liverpool's two dominant football clubs, Everton and Liverpool, provided hope and identity to a city facing political turmoil and economic decline in the 1980s, capturing the era's unique blend of football success and social struggle and defiant spirit. Tells the story of how a city divided by Thatcher-era policies, but united by its footballing giants who dominated English football during the tumultuous period. And it is true. It is true. Like, yes, my dad's an Everton supporter. My dad has been an Everton supporter since he was 5 years old. What's my bunny rabbit? My skin's a bunny rabbit. Yeah, my dad's been an Everton supporter since he was 5 years old. So basically, my dad was talking to my dad met an Aston Villa football player many years ago at a charity match, and he said, my dad said to this guy, he went, "You broke my heart in 1977 when you scored in the last minute and won Aston Villa the Carabao Cup, because Everton lost the Carabao Cup. What is now the Carabao Cup? I don't have PS3, so I wouldn't know." Everton came close to winning the Carabao Cup in 1977, and they lost in the last minute. One of the last minutes. Talking of which, VAR. Imagine if you'd had VAR in the 1980s. In 1980 something, Everton were playing Aston Villa. Sorry, Liverpool. In 1980 something, Everton got close to winning the Carabao Cup. Should have had a penalty, but the referee, the Liverpool player, handballed it on the box. Literally punched the ball away in the box, and the referee blew his whistle, never gave it, and then said, "Let's get our stories correct about this one, eh?" And then Liverpool won the replay. But back in them days, you could get, back in them days you can get away with it, like Maradona, 1986, like. Yeah, corruption was so big back then. So yeah, in 1980 or 1979 or 1980, Everton should have won the Carabao Cup because they, as I said, the Liverpool player handballed it on the box, but the referee turned around and said before the match, let's get our stories straight about this one today. And yeah, he ruled it. He refused to give a penalty, which is really interesting. But they said back in them days, yeah. Like Brian Clough, who was one of the greatest football managers in the world at this time period. He was manager of Nottingham Forest and won them 2 Champions Leagues. He admitted he used to have people passing him envelopes. He used to say, "Yeah, brown envelopes full of cash being passed across desks to try and get players to sign." He used to have players' agents used to get a good deal on their contracts. Players' agents used to pass him like bloody envelopes full of cash. And he didn't agree with that, of course. He didn't agree with that. Like Maradona, for example, Diego Maradona punched the ball into the back. Literally, he couldn't. Ironically, it was an Everton centre back, Peter Reid, who was the English defender back then. And he went absolutely ballistic. He still says to this day that Maradona that goal should never have stood, because he saw it live. He saw him, Maradona, do it pretty close. And there's a documentary done about Brian Robson, who was Bobby Robson. There's a documentary done about Bobby Robson, who was England manager then, and they said he was absolutely raging at full time. Like, he even said to the commentators he handballed it. Or some of the Argentinian commentators go, "No, he didn't. He goes, "You're going to say that because you're Argentinian." He goes, "He handballed it." No, all the replays and all the videos are saying he handballed it. But yeah, it's interesting. Like Diego Maradona even admitted that he's not Diego Maradona, ironically, said something along the lines of, "I only celebrated because I was surprised the referee didn't rule it out." I'm like, back in them days, football was wild. Back in them days, there's a clip. There's a clip from the 1970s. There's a clip from the 1970s of an African player in the African team in the World Cup. They've gave away a free kick. As they're about to take it, the African player turns back. One of the African players turns around, runs over, and boots where the free kick's about to be taken. He boots it about 60 yards back, 60 yards further back. And they said to this day, it's like, why did he do that for? But they said football was wild, like what people used to try and do. And back in them days, they didn't have yellow cards or anything like that. Back in them days, they didn't have yellow cards or anything like that. Yeah, back in them days, they didn't have yellow cards. I don't know, though. That era of football seems quite fun, though. Like, back in them days, there was a lot of play acting. Back in today, there's a lot of play acting, you know. People going down when they've been when they've felt a clip. Like, literally, George Best used to go for about 8 or 9 leg breaking tackles and then still somehow keep the ball and score. I think most people nowadays hate the play acting. Like, you know, Bruno Fernandes, you know, he goes down and rolls over like something my dad said to me, everybody, a few weeks ago. If you're really injured in a football match, you're not going to roll around. You're gonna stay down clutching your knee. You're gonna stay in one place. So Reece James did it for Chelsea a few weeks ago. Like, he kept rolling. He kept rolling. I officially hate Bedrock and moving other to Legacy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hate some of the play acting now, but it's like, I think people go down too easily. Like Mo Salah a few days ago. Did you guys see the corruption in the at AFCON? Like, Mo Salah went down really easily, got a penalty, and then an Egyptian player handballed it in the box, and the referee went to VAR and opted to not do anything. Like, Mo Salah, though, I don't like Mo Salah for one thing. I don't like Mo Salah for his diving. The amount of times in the Premier League that he's dived. The amount of times in the Premier League he got penalties from diving. Like, the only way he goes down like that is if he's been shot in the only way he goes down like that is as if he's been shot from the stands. Because if you've been kicked from behind, you're gonna fall. If you've been kicked from behind, you're going to fall backwards, but he didn't. He kept falling forward. He fell forwards into the box with his head arched upwards. So really, he's done it himself. He's dropped his knees, and then obviously it looks like he's been shot with a rifle. And it was a dive because no one touched him. That was in the Merseyside Derby a few years ago, and I was sat there. Yeah, he's not the best Premier League player of all time, like. But it pisses me off when they say that best player of all time, because the Football League, the English top flight existed before then. You know, he's nowhere near. He's got 200. He's got almost 200 Premier League goals, but he's nowhere near the record of Everton's Dixie Dean or Tottenham's Jimmy Greaves. Jimmy Greaves had like nearly 400 goals. Jimmy Greaves' record in the top flight was 357. Jimmy Greaves' record was 357. He scored 266 goals for Tottenham in all competitions and 150 odd for Chelsea. The one who broke his nuts, Dixie Dean. Dixie Dean went into a Dixie Dean got tackled by someone when he was playing for Tranmere. And he was tackled so hard he lost one of his testicles. And when a guy ran over to a teammate ran over to rub the affected area, because back in them days they didn't have like medics or anything like that. Back in them days you didn't have medics or anything like that, and on the side of the pitches. Let's just say that he said, "Don't rub them, count them." Well, back in the 1960s, so Brian Clough, who played for who was the manager of Nottingham Forest and Derby County, he played for Sunderland in the 1960s. He had to retire when he was 27 because he did his ACL in, and basically doing your ACL in the 1950s meant you had to retire because they couldn't fix it. Fixing your doing your ACL was a career ender at the time. Obviously, football's improved. Oh yeah, he had a motorbike crash that he probably should have retired from, and he rebuilt his neck by headering a exercise ball. And ironically, he had a metal plate put in his head, and as they said though, the metal they joked that he had a metal plate put in his head because he scored a lot of headers. So he bagged 60 goals one season. He bagged 60 goals. The last game of the season was against Arsenal, where he scored 3 headers in the last half hour or something like that. He scored 3 goals in the last half hour, and one of them was like a bullet header right in the top corner. Yeah, he had a crash on a motorbike, which was, that could have ended his career then and there. But back in them days, ending your football career basically meant ending your football career in the 1920s meant you had to go and find another job. Arsenal weren't very good at the time. Like Arsenal's a team that basically you never really had much history before Arsene Wenger. It's the same with Manchester United. Like Manchester United had no history before, really. Man United had a bit of history. Whereas your traditionally really good teams are your old traditional really good teams are your Evertons, your Liverpools, your Tottenhams as well. Your Evertons, your Liverpools, your Tottenhams, your Aston Villas, they're your historically pretty good teams, where they've been consistent throughout the centuries, throughout the whole time English football's been around. Whereas some teams like Man City, Chelsea have only become good since in the modern era. Whereas things like Aston Villa, Aston Villa's been there since the start. I gotta be honest, neither can I. Bergkamp, maybe. I know he played for them. I cannot think. I can think of many Everton legends and Liverpool legends. I can't think of many Aston Villa legends, but Aston Villa didn't really have many legends in a way. Aston Villa don't really have many legends, I don't think. Well, they obviously do. I wouldn't say Giroud's a legend, though. I wouldn't say Giroud's classed as a legend, because he's... Compared to some of the other players on the list that they would have had that you would never have heard of before the English Premier League started, you wouldn't... it's one of those, they probably have legends, but you can't say who they are because the Premier League has scrubbed a lot of records. Like, for example, Liverpool's greatest striker is Ian Rush. I know, but as a joke a minute, yeah. Like, Liverpool's greatest striker is Ian Rush. I mean, Ian Rush bagged a lot of goals for Liverpool. I mean, ironically, he scored 4 against... Ironically, Ian Rush scored 4 against... what's his name? ironically, Ian Rush scored 4 against Neville Southall. I think a week or 2 later they were playing with each other because they were both Welsh. But yeah. Yeah, I did see it, but that's why his name popped into my head, because I know he's obviously an absolute Everton legend. Dalglish, Liverpool legend, I mean. He's a Liverpool legend, like Dalglish, Keegan. Everton have legends like Dixie Dean, Bob Latchford, Dave Hickson. Ironically, Dave Hickson's classed as a legend for both Everton and Liverpool. Hello, Pixel King. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, there's some players though that Everton, Liverpool, you can say legends, and I can say a couple of legends in Man United, like they're legendary players like Bobby Charlton, George Best, Pickford. I think will be a legend eventually. Pickford's 31. He could play for Everton for another 6 or 7 years. If he's still playing for Everton in 6 or 7 years, he would have been there like 15. He'd have been there about 14, 15 years. He'd have been at Everton like 14 or 15 years if he's still there in like 6 or 7 years' time. Yes, I said 6 or 7 years' time. I didn't say 6, 7. I said 6 or 7 years' time. Because, goalkeepers tend to last longer. Goalkeepers... Well, he wasn't a world-class keeper at the start. But the thing is, though, he got a lot of shit. He got a lot of shit because of the Van Dijk tackle. And the only reason he wasn't sent off for the Van Dijk tackle in 2020, which he ended Van Dijk's season, was because... Yeah, maybe I should say 7 or 6 years next time. The only reason he wasn't sent off for that tackle was because Van Dijk was in an offside position. It was a good tackle. Well, I thought so in the time. I thought that's a good tackle, but then it was afterwards when they showed the scissor motion. It was like, yeah, that's not good. A lot of people still to this day say he should have been sent off, which they have a right to believe that. But you can't get if someone's offside, you can't get sent off for someone being offside, because it means they're out of the field of play. So the whistle had gone for him being offside, and he tackled him afterwards. The whistle went a second before he tackled him. So basically whatever happened was irrespective. It's the same as why, ironically, Liverpool's goalkeeper got away with it for Brazil. Alisson got away with it for Brazil. He caught someone off the ball and should have received a red card, and VAR because the guy was offside, it meant that he wasn't sent off. How are you, Pixel King? Welcome to the stream. I feel rude, I haven't asked you how you are. But based on what Calamity of Joe 2 was just said in the stream, about a good tackle, you sometimes have good tackles that are red cards for some reason. Alan a few years ago did a perfectly good, totally missed Saint Maximin, got sent off for apparently tackling him. Think about the first video I'm making 2026. Yeah. Pixel, yeah. Well, Celtic Mestisto is called Pixel King. That's his YouTube name. You can follow to YouTube without tons of storage. Cool. Yeah, Pixel King. YouTube Pixel King's channel used to say Pixel King while he was on the stream, but because they've changed the YouTube handles our way, it now says Celtic Matizo. Yeah, there was another Pixel. There was we got Pixel King right now, and there was Pixel Dibble earlier on. Oh god, I'm trying to think of what content I want to do in 2026. I want to go back to some storytelling stuff. I haven't done a storytelling Minecraft video episode in like nearly two or 3 years. Like 4 years in some parts. So I want to go back to my roots. I want to go back to my roots for a bit. Some of you guys might not like that I want to go back to my more storytelling roots, but it's something that I want to do for a little bit. Go back to some of the storytelling roots. Storytime. Well, I used to do like stories on this world where we had like a villain and things like that. I want to bring the villain back. Because I want to find a way to bring the villain back, because I feel I want to do something. I haven't had the villain appear in like 3 years. I switched off the storytelling stuff because not many people were watching it. But I want to do some sort of storytelling episode. Like when I did what did I come in here for? Okay, I come in here for a crafting table because I wanted to make a chest. You pissed in a water park? That's alright. I once took a shit on a sand dune and buried it because I was desperate. It's probably still there. I'm not even going to answer that, man. Still, I'm not even going to answer that. But I don't think it really matters. Like, no matter what your kid does, you should always be there to support them, unless obviously they've decided to turn around and become a serial murderer or a mass murderer. Basically like prostitute. Basically it's never worth a prostitute. Well, yeah, you should always support your children unless they've done something like become a serial murderer or something. Yeah. That's what it means. It's basically a nicer word for prostitute. But I think thought sounds worse though. Right. We did a bit of gardening. Yeah, so that's what it means. I wouldn't know though, because I'm currently not with anyone. Guys, everybody loves I think everyone loves the badge. I love the badge. I'm just going to quickly go to sleep. Well, in a way, so obviously I'm straight, guys. I'm straight. I have no problem with anybody that's gay, lesbian, bisexual or whatever. But the only thing I don't like about it is when they make that the only thing about their personality. So basically they go around and put on a voice. They put on a voice somewhere just absolutely like they wear really bizarre outfits to try and highlight it. I'm like, well, that's not like you wouldn't generally go and wear that. You wouldn't. No, I'm straight. Yeah, you wouldn't. Nobody would go and wear that. You wouldn't wear that at home. So why would you wear it in public? Do you get what I mean? Like, are you gay for the homies? No, because I'm not gay. Guys, what should we build here? We've got the Everton badge. We've got Everton's crest. So now what should we have behind it? This plot of land here, we should this plot of land here, we should have. I wouldn't say claim the rainbow, but there was a guy who was in my college class. I didn't know he was gay. Honestly, that's how it should be. You know, if you're gay, just be gay. You don't need to turn around. You don't need to turn around and wear really bizarre outfits to prove it, to show it. Yeah. I don't even know who that is. I'm afraid I don't even know who that is. Well, actually, ironically, the Liverpool's bird is owned by Everton. Ironically, Liverpool's bird is owned by Everton. Liverpool have the liver bird on their outfit, but the actual building that the liver bird is on is owned by Everton. Stranger Things. You never watched Stranger Things, guys. I will be honest, I've never watched it. It's just not my cup of tea. I love science fiction stuff, but I prefer more grounded science fiction stories. I prefer more grounded science fiction stories. Ironically, the liver bird is on the liver building, and well, yeah, but then you're like 13, Pixel King, like 14. You shouldn't really know what you are when you're that age. You shouldn't really know what you are that age, because when you're 13, 14, you're still discovering who you are as a person. But everyone has a high-pitched voice when they're like 13, because not everyone's voice changes at exactly the same time. Yeah, when you're like 13, 14, no, you don't really know what you are. Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, Everton own it, which is kind of funny. Technically, Liverpool's badge, the birds in Liverpool's badge, Everton own the building that. Yeah, what you just said, Pixel King. Like, everybody has a high-pitched voice at 13. Like, not everyone's voice changes at exactly the same time. So, for example, I still had a high-pitched voice when I was about almost 15. I don't know. I hate washing dishes. I hate it. Yeah. I don't know. Is it because they think you're older or something like that? But but everybody's voice changes. So I would have been older than you are when my voice changed. My voice didn't change till 2017. So I was about 14. I was about, I don't know, I was like 14 and a half. Well, actually, saying that, Pixel King, like, boys will be boys. Like, boys will joke other boys. People that you're friends with will joke that other people they're friends with are gay. Like, that always happens. That's genetics. I can help you with that, Pixel King. Go to YouTube Audio Library. YouTube Audio Library, all the music's free. I wouldn't say beard oil helps. I wouldn't say beard oil helps. You're 18. You're 18. I wouldn't say beard oil helps. Right. So when I was your age, I was the same. I could grow a moustache, but I couldn't really grow a beard. Thank you, the random guy, the random guy. Sorry. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Yeah. When I was your age, I couldn't grow a beard either. Now I've got a full bushy beard, guys. Now my beard's fully bushy. And I haven't shaved it for 4 months. But, is beard oil the men's version of hair oil for girls? Not really. Beard oil's to stop men's beards from, like, getting fresher and smoother. Yeah, fresher and smoother. No, it tends to be just let it grow. Yeah, it's Vampos. If you let it grow longer than it's grown before, then shave it, then it grows back quicker. But basically, it's completely different. So, I couldn't grow a full beard until I was 20. I couldn't grow a full beard till I was 20, 21. Now I have to shave it. Now I have to shave every month. If I want to. Now I have to shave every couple of weeks. If I want to, but yeah, so Man of Steel, like, so yeah, Man of Steel, like, it will change. It's, yeah, sorry, I mistook you and the other guy, because your comments are right next to each other. Yeah, sorry, I mistook you and Man of Steel because your profile pictures look similar on my screen. They looked similar on my screen. My friend wants to. That's probably. Sorry, your profile pictures look really similar because my TV screen is fuzzy. So your comments are right next to each other. I do apologise. Yeah, so I couldn't. Yeah, no, I do know that. Because my eyes went fuzzy on my screen, so I misread you. So I mucked up to your names. I do apologise. Really fun. That's hilarious, actually, guys. Yeah. So yeah, Man of Steel. Yeah, it's about genetics. It's about genetics. It's basically, I think it's on about, but it's very little. Yeah, they do. That is true. Yeah, it's testosterone. It is genetics, but it's testosterone. Basically, it's testosterone. So basically, men with more testosterone grow better beards. So basically, yeah. So yeah, it tends to be men with more testosterone grow better beards. But that's sort of how it works. What is testosterone? Hormones. If I increase my test, well, it depends. Like, it depends really. It just depends what you are. It depends on your genetics, or how your genetics are. It's bizarre. It gives men energy and power and stuff like that. I have absolutely no idea. It's not something that I would Yeah, beard growth is primarily driven by genetics and hormones, testosterone. But healthy lifestyle, good diet, exercise, sleep, and stress management, and proper grooming, cleaning, brushing, and moisturizing with oil and balms significantly supports thicker, fuller growth for beards. Taking 2 to 6 months for the full look, with obviously based on how. Basically, beard growth often thickens with age, becoming more prominent in your mid-20s and 30s. That's it. It depends though. It depends though. It depends though. When I was your age, when I was 18, I could only have a moustache and some little beard bits on the sides. It wasn't until I was like 20. It wasn't until I was like 19, 20 that I could grow a 19, 20, 21 that I could grow a full beard. But what I used to do, which is really weird, I used to let it grow out as far as possible, further than I'd ever. I used to let it, after shaving it, I used to let it grow longer than I'd ever seen it before, then shave it, and then it started growing back quicker and quicker. So if I shave it, it starts growing. If I shave my beard, it starts. Normally the stuff, it's back, not as a full beard. Normally if I shave it, within about a week, it's already started growing back. Normally it started growing back within like a couple of days, a week. No. I'm not even going to answer that question, ROA. You'd basically be healthy. But some people do have better genes. Some people have much better genes. Yeah, ask ChatGPT. Yeah, don't ask ChatGPT. Don't ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT will never give you an accurate answer. Yeah, but don't ask ChatGPT. Here's some advice, it's Vamps. ChatGPT is not a true source. It scours the internet for any information it can find, so you've got to hope that it finds correct information, because it will give you. It answers maths questions, but if you ask it, it might answer a maths question because calculators. But if you what about Gemini? None of the AI things will give you an accurate answer, because AI is not true AI. It can't think for itself. So it will scour the internet for an answer for you, and it will settle on the first thing it finds. So, yeah, if you generally put your schoolwork into ChatGPT, it will never give you there's always a chance, and it's a very strong chance, that it will not give you a correct answer. Lots of children and college students and uni students are failing their work because they're using AI. Yeah, you don't need to ask people that. That's just really bizarre. But yeah, people are failing their work. Joe, say bottle of water. Honestly, that was not that word. Nobody had heard of that word up until 2 years ago. Nobody had heard of that word up until like a year ago. That word, that word, nobody had heard of it in the UK up until a year ago. Now it's become just a massive word in like everywhere. Yeah, I don't think we need to see those in the comments. But yeah, AI, using AI for your schoolwork or stuff. A lot of kids are failing now because they don't realise that what they're doing is putting inaccurate information into their work. So that's why you don't use ChatGPT to find information. You can use it to aid you, but it's not a definitive answer. It's basically like the best source of information, guys, is going to a library. No, because you're doing more. That's not a stress release. That's not a stress release. Stress release is obviously managing your workflow. Stress release is managing your workload. That's not a stress release. Stress doesn't build up there. Yeah, that's not a stress release. Yeah. My back is so sore, guys. I don't know why my back's so sore. Oh god, I'm probably going to end this stream in a little bit, guys, because I am knackered tonight. But tomorrow will be I'm doing a ridiculously long stream tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow I'm going to give you a ridiculously long stream because it's the end of 2026. It's the end of 2025, I mean. Right, it's the end of 2025 tomorrow, guys. It's the last day of 2025, so I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to give you guys my end of year stream. I'm going to give you guys the end of year stream tomorrow. So this will be the last stream. This would be the last. I think you are high, Joe. I'm not high. Trust me, if I was high, I wouldn't be on here. In time to give a 2025 a proper send-off. Well, yeah, I'm going to stream all night. I'm going to stream absolutely all night. He's eating too much birthday cake. I had one slice today. There's a little bit left. But yeah, this is my tomorrow. This will be this. Yeah. I will be streaming all night, guys, so you guys can celebrate New Year's with me on stream. So basically, you guys can celebrate New Year's live on stream with me. We will be doing absolutely everything. I'm going to write down some ideas to build tonight. Maybe build some fireworks. How old's Man of Steel? Well, he said 18 earlier on in the stream. So yeah, I'm going to give 2012 a great send-off, guys. In fact, Lego Batman, the Lego Batman game, the Lego Batman series I'm doing, should I just give you the last 5 episodes tomorrow night? Should I just give you all 5? Why would an 18-year-old be talking about it? Because you don't do it by age? Because any age can do it? I don't know. That's immature to talk about. It's not immature. Am I that old? I mean, you said you were 18. Oh, I wouldn't say it's not immature. It's immature if you're talking about it in younger than 18, I'd imagine. Oh god, my back. But yeah, tomorrow night, guys, I will live stream. Tomorrow night, I will live stream live all night. I'm going to start streaming. Well, no, I said it's immature. It's immature to talk about it at any age, especially on a YouTube live stream. That's like me saying I really love chocolate chips, donuts, crisps, food, cake, biscuits, chocolate, and I want to eat it all the time, but I can't because it's unhealthy. But yes, so I'm going to set up tomorrow's stream now, so you guys can put it into your whatever. Notify me the stream. Reuse. I'm going to reuse the stream settings from today. But this stream's actually going to have a bit of a different name. December 31st. Let's aim to start this stream at 1:30. So I am going to give you guys one of the longest streams that I will ever do, because I'm gonna go into 2026 on a high note. Random Swiss has appeared. You'll probably get sick of it. Yeah. So, hello Swiss, welcome back to the stream. I've just scheduled it. Tomorrow I'm going to do a really long stream. So basically I'm going to be live all night. Tomorrow I'm going to be live all nights until New Year's. So everyone on this stream, you guys can celebrate New Year's with me on live stream. So rather than spending New Year's, you guys can spend New Year's with me on live stream. Basically, I did that last year, and I think people loved it, so I'm going to do it this year as well. But this year it's going to be better, bolder, bigger, better, bolder. Can we spend New Year's with... Well, I'm going to stream all night tomorrow night, so... 2020... The start of 2026 will be with Climate of Joe. On Survivor Legacy, probably. I'll stream on here, but... We'll build something ridiculous. Yeah, my middle name's not Arnold. I wish it was, though. Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper. Put the cookie down. No. Great film. Doug, we're married. Consider this a divorce. I love that film. Yeah. Consider this a divorce. Guys, I'm tempted at the moment to really... I'm tempted at the moment. I don't know why. I might bring forward the release of Dawn of Planets 1's War from November to like the summer. I don't know yet. Have you ever heard of smash burger? I've had a burger, but it wasn't smashed. Let's just take some of this stuff here. So we did some house improvements earlier on in the stream. Well, I mean, I've already wrote the book. The book's finished. What I mean is the book's finished. So it's just about... The book's already finished. I've wrote 3 drafts of this book. Because that's what you do. You rewrite with a book. You write draft 1, draft 2, draft 3, draft whatever. If you want, how many, depends on how many drawers. Burger. That's my accent. My accent says my accent says burger. Chocolate. Yeah. So basically, meant by that, Pixel King, is basically the book's already finished. I just opted to make it. I opted to bring it out late. I opted to bring it out. I opted to bring it out in late November 2026, hoping in the case I wanted to go in and redo anything. But yeah, the book's already finished, guys. Dawn of Planets 1's War is already finished. It's about 350 pages. And guys, shall I read the first page? Shall I read the first page of Dawn of Planets 1's War? I might as well. Actually, no, this is book 5. Which book 5 I've started writing, but I'm taking a break. I'm going to take like a 6-month hiatus from writing that. That's my notes section. I want 1's War. Here's 1's War. It's zoomed in. I'm gonna have to zoom this in a second. Right, Chapter 1, The New Approach. A news camera was aimed at a desk. Sorry, I had to sit up on my chair a bit. Chapter 1, The New Approach. A news camera was aimed at a desk. Through the camera, the picture was a little blurry at the start, but focused in on a young man in a suit at a desk. Let me just zoom down a bit. Here we go. I just wanted to zoom it up a bit. Here we go. A news camera was aimed at a desk. Through the camera, the picture was a little blurry at the start, but focused in on a young man in a suit at a desk. The events of May 1st will be with me for the rest of my life. The number of lives lost will haunt me for years and years to come. My thoughts and prayers go out to each and every one of you. My government will strive to draw out these terrorists and anyone else determined to harm the people of this world and this union. We will not rest. We will not be dissuaded from our task ahead. We will move mountains and heaven above to rid our union of these monsters. We are ever your servants. Shall and will never back down to anyone at home or abroad. The man being recorded was Crindian Bonaparte, the supreme leader of the Imperial Union. A new era was dawning on the Union. The past 3 weeks had seen a seismic change. Tyraxus had been succeeded by Crindian Bonaparte after 3 years in position, becoming the third youngest supreme leader of the Union in its nearly 400-year history. At 19 years, 4 months, his appointment had been received well, and his outlook for a new Union was very strong. A week had passed since the horror of the terror attack. There we go. That's book 1, guys. That's book 4. The chair is asking for mercy. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I did a stream a few weeks ago. When I did the Lego Batman save a few weeks ago, I made a joke about that, about how you can hear the chair groaning under my weight. You can hear the chair making noises. It's because there's actually a crack in this one side, so one of the metal rims is... there's a crack. The metal rims come off on the one side. Sweet potatoes? I don't know. So yeah, that's the start of Dawn of Planets 1's War. It starts with political turmoil. Because everyone loves turmoil. Everybody loves a bit of chaos. Can you lose your weight for your chair? This chair can hold like 300 kg. Someone twice my weight could sit on that chair. Remember, that chair needs to breathe. He is breathing. It's because of the back. It's an old chair. This chair is like 20 years old. He don't go to the gym. Yeah, I'm on a seafood diet. I'm on a seafood diet. I seafood and I eat it. No, you'll crush me, ROA. I'm joking. I'm joking. The good thing is Joe isn't fat. Well, I am. For my height, I am. Even though the number looks low, for my height, I am. But, you know, he's plump. Fucking hell. How kind. I didn't know what that meant. I never knew what plump meant, but I think it was just rounded. I think it means rounded, but it's just... Pardon me. But being overweight isn't a problem. Being overweight isn't a problem. I can still run a mile, guys. That's good. But I think it's good to raise awareness, though, because, you know, people get bullied for being overweight. People get bullied for being overweight. And it's not, you know, so it's not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if you are ridiculously overweight. It's only a bad thing. No, it means like rounded. Oh, should I tell you a story, guys, about what this? Should I tell you this funny story from when I was in school? We had a teacher. We had a random teacher, a supply teacher, and they were a bit of an old man, didn't understand like social norms anymore. So this teacher comes in and goes, "Fuck," and he swears. He goes, "Fucking hell." He goes, "You kids today are all fucking well-rounded." And we had a kid in our class that was quite. We had a kid in our class that weren't in, but he was quite big. He wasn't like tall. He wasn't very tall. And then everyone in the class goes, "Well, Lewis is well-rounded." And we're like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, the teacher goes, fucking hell, everyone here is well-rounded." I'm like, you can't say that. You can't say that. You're a teacher and you've just walked in and said everybody's fat. You can't, like... Yeah, older teachers who were teachers in the 80s, 90s, they didn't realise that there's things you can't say anymore. So yeah, taking the mick out of everybody in the class at looking well-rounded, like, you can't do that anymore. You literally, you can't do that anymore. Like, that's just ridiculous. But I have an even worse one for you. I don't think you'd have been that bad, Swiss. I don't think you'd have been that bad. But we had another teacher that this guy in my class was being annoying. He kept going into the table and grabbing everybody's legs as a joke. And the teacher comes over and goes, "Fucking hell, we got a gay Harvey Weinstein." I'm like... He goes, "We've got gay Harvey Weinstein." I'm like, now. Like, you wouldn't... I'm like, some teachers, what they say in classrooms that you just don't expect them to come out with. Well, yeah, well, some teachers have just. Some teachers are cool though. Some teachers are cool. My English teacher was a legend. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, his trainer. I think it was two of his trainers. I saw that yesterday. I saw it on the news yesterday, which they were speeding though. It would have been partially caused by them, I believe, because it said they were speeding, so they crashed into a stationary vehicle. The only reason Josh was alive, reportedly from the paper, was because he was in the back. He was in the back of the car. The other two people in the front, apparently they crashed into a stationary lorry. But you must have been going some ridiculous speed to not see a stationary lorry. But I have no idea. Yeah, some British teachers do have no chill. Some British teachers have absolutely no chill. One of my teachers was a legend. Basically, guy in my school year kept calling everyone girl. Guy who was in my school year at the time kept calling everyone girls. He kept saying, he said something in he kept saying everyone was a girl in history. So basically, he turned around and said, we were doing a history lesson. And my English teacher was basically doing our history classes for us, because history was his second favourite subject. And he said to us, And the guy in my class goes, Hitler was a woman. And my teacher looks at the guy and goes, all right, we got Mr. Sex Changer here. You're now a woman. I'm like, some of the shit that it said, like, you wouldn't get away with it. Sounds kind of fun though. Yeah, I liked this teacher. Like he was a good teacher, but he had a laugh. He'd have a laugh with us. In the He walked in one day and told us that his wife has just divorced him, and he ripped the ring off in the middle of the class and said, "I don't need this anymore," and tossed it on the floor. I'm like, his wife had just divorced him, and yeah, he took his ring off and tossed it on the floor and said, "I don't need this thing anymore." But yeah, it was a great teacher. Yeah, I hate my science teacher's dead. My science teacher's dead. She dropped down dead like a year after I finished school. Hello, Red Hot Toucan. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Yeah, my science teacher's dead. My science teacher dropped dead the year after I finished school. Good teacher, quite strict. Good teacher though. As I hop in, yeah, my science teacher's dead. Tell you what, my English teacher's dead as well. My English teacher that I had in the UK, we go to primary school for reception year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6. That's the school years, and then you go to secondary for year 7 to 11. So my English teacher that I had in year 9 retired at the end of the year and was dead and died 2 years later. And then the year late, literally, I finished school in 2019, and my old science teacher died afterwards. But no, I only laugh because of what Red Hot Toucan said. Perfect timing as I hop in. Yeah, it was bad time, but yeah, my science teacher dropped down dead. Wow. I think there was something else at play there. Apparently something, but yeah, that's generally like, that surprised me because my science teacher was only like, I think it was 2 years afterwards. My science teacher was only like 30, was only like mid-30s, almost 40. So I felt Joe's hiding something. Well, I knew what the teacher died of, but I wasn't going to mention that. Well, I might have. I knew what the teacher died of, but I didn't mention that because it's quite a nasty thing. No, not. Sorry, no, but I just didn't expect. I didn't expect that sort of response. But no, like, but yeah, it's just as an example. I mentioned, yeah, my science teacher. I felt bad though because my old science teacher in school had like. My old science teacher in school had like quite a young child. And I swear her young child was like under 10. Have a good rest of your day, ROA. Thank you for watching the live stream. But yeah, I think my science teacher, guys, was like, had a child which was like under 10. So that's quite a sad thing. But yeah, like as I said, you never know when your time's up. Like, you never know when your time is up. No, did I? It was a she, but I don't know. Well, I do know, but it was. I think it was. I think it was a heart attack. I think it was a heart attack. I think it was a heart attack, but it shocked me because I'm like, they taught me GCSE science literally 2 years before. They taught me like GCSE science like a year and a half before. And that was my teacher for that was my teacher for like 3 years. So it surprised me. Saying that, it surprised me. Like I said, so I have seen that, guys, where like a teacher's just dropped down dead. I remember seeing that and I was thinking, like, Jesus Christ, like 3 hours. You know, three years before they were teaching me science. Which is, I say, it's bizarre. Oh yeah. Are you Christian? I'm not. I'm not religious. I'm not religious. So I don't. So when I see like religious stuff, like I don't believe any stuff from any religion. Like I understand the spiritual side. I understand the spiritual side and people's things about being spiritual and achieving like a spiritual and higher purpose. But I don't believe in that stuff myself. I personally feel like the world is whatever you make it, and that nothing will help you. That I personally think the only thing that will help you make it in this world is the sweat of your own brow. That's my sort of outlook on life. My outlook on life is that we're here and that's it, and that everything you do in life. Yeah, I'm not jacked. I'm not jacked. I'm fat. I'm not jacked. If I was 7'2" Swiss, I would be. If I was 7'2", I'd be 17 in. If I was 7'2", I would be 17 inches taller than I am. I would be 17 inches taller. I would tower over everybody, but I don't. I get lost in a crowd. I get lost in the crowd. Well, I don't get lost in the crowd though, guys. I'm joking. I'm joking partially, but I'm joking, but I'm not joking. Do I believe in an afterlife? I don't know. It's one of those. I believe that you don't necessarily leave. I believe that part of you stays alive. But I don't know. Like, but it's one of those. You're not gonna know until you die. And that's why that's what terrifies me about it. Really, that's what terrifies me about it. I'm like. No, you spend all this time, you spend all your life wondering if there's life after death. But then I think if you constantly see that, hello Lego Monkey, welcome to the stream. I think if you constantly see that, I think you miss the point of life, and the point of life is experience. The point of life, which is why everything you do has meaning. Well, would it make zero sense? But does anything make sense? You know, nothing makes sense. Nothing in life makes sense. Nothing in life makes sense. Like, for example, there's things in physics that are polar opposites. Like cold and warm ain't possible. Cold and warm shouldn't be possible because they're two polar opposites. Yet they do exactly and they're two polar opposites. There's things that do the same thing that shouldn't technically do the same thing. There's nothing. The whole thing is the cosmos doesn't make sense, and that's the whole point. Nothing's meant to make sense. Like, for example, scientists don't know what caused the Big Bang, but perhaps nothing caused the Big Bang, and the Big Bang just happened on its own. Like, for example, how does the sun, how does warmth hit, how does warmth hit, how does the heat of the sun reach us when we're like 93 million miles away from it? Because, you know, heat from my radiator right now is not reaching me, and I'm about 10 feet away. I'm about 6 feet away from it. Yeah, like, it's one of those as well. I think sometimes religion hinders us. So we have our religious beliefs, and then we're not, because of what the book says, we're not sort of experiencing scientific things we find. So, for example, you know, we've got texts. We've got texts from the ancient Egyptians that's 2,000 years older than anything. We've got pictures of... We've got the pyramids. We've got pyramids in the Americas older than history books. They've found, you know, like Stonehenge. Stonehenge is an old sacrificial spot for pagan religion. It was built 6,000 years ago from stone 150 miles away. Nothing makes sense. In the whole of life, nothing makes sense. And that's a good thing. So basically, even like I can't think. Like the Bible, the Quran, all those religious textbooks, they tell us things. But really, it's just stories. Really, it's basically like fictional stories. Because we've got stuff that predates it. We've got other religions that predates it. So one religion emerged, and then basically made the other religion look completely different. If you look at Mayan religion, the Mayan religion, some of it has like images that look like spaceships. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest did early humans get civilization gets influenced by extraterrestrial travelers, and there's a documentary done on it, and some of the stuff's really, really interesting. Because I'm convinced, though, guys, that we know about aliens. I'm convinced that the world governments, that the governments know about aliens. I'm convinced that the United Kingdom knows about aliens. I'm convinced the US knows about aliens. They can never reveal it. But that's, yeah. And worshipping idols. But that's the thing. There's no proof that there was an Adam or Eve. It's this AI. No, this is real. That's the thing, though. The religious textbooks, though, they might, Joe. But that's the thing. There's no proof. But those religious textbooks, though, are from 2,000 years ago. But then, if there was an Adam and Eve would have had to have been thousands of years before that, because of obviously ancient Greece, Rome, all those things. Those civilizations, they would have to have been thousands of years before that. So those textbooks wouldn't have existed then, because humans didn't know how to write. So those texts would never have been there. those texts would not have been, because we didn't learn the concept of writing until a further points. Like one of the oldest first book ever written. The first book ever written is the Epic of Gilgamesh in ancient Mesopotamia. So 4,000 years ago. The first book is from 4,000 years ago. But then the first civilization is from a time further and further beyond that. So it's a really interesting point. That's, yes, it's like, have you heard of the old history books, Swiss? A lot of the old history books were wrote hundreds of years. Some of the Roman history books about people like Spartacus were written ages later. Yeah. Yeah, so it's an interesting. It is an interesting. What was that point I was making then? It popped into my head. I think religion though. I think religion is more of a. I think religion is more of the, you know, when you see those adverts. You know, they see those adverts about how to be a better person. I think that's what where religion came from. People desiring to be a better person. So it started out as basically like a checklist on how to be a better person. That's where I think it came from. But as I said, you never know. It's like history books, for example. Nobody was alive. Yeah. Yeah, so what we're talking about is like you know, how things have changed, for example. Where did it start from? Where did it start from? Oh yeah, I was asked about my religious beliefs, and I said, well, I don't believe in religion. I don't really believe in religion. I think that we make our own luck in the world. I think hard work. I think hard work is what helps us. Well, yeah, extraterrestrials is a mathematical likelihood. I'm convinced. In fact, every star system, if you're looking at like star systems, for example, star systems, 7 to 8, there's not a number of how many planets you can have. There's no limit to how many planets a star can have. So a star could have upwards of 200 planets if it could support the gravity of it. Let's say you do believe your opinion. Then that would be a bit strange though, Swiss. Let's say you do, but then I'd have to pretend, which would feel wrong. Because I don't believe in a god. I can't really give you an opinion on that if I did prove it, because it would still be a fake sort of answer. Like my opinion on I don't believe that there's a power. I don't believe that there's someone with all powerful, because if someone was all powerful, they wouldn't be all good. Because everyone says that God is all powerful and God is all good. But if they had absolutely unlimited power, they wouldn't be all good, because they could do whatever they want with it. They could do like they can create life, they can take it away, which they can create life, they can take it away. They can create a place, they can take it away. Actually, yeah, that is true. Apparently, It wasn't. They didn't follow a star. It's been proven recently they didn't follow a star. It's been proven recently they didn't. I believe the external all might power as we. Yeah, I believe. I believe in life. Like we create. You know, things happen. I think that like the quote, like the quote in Jurassic Park, like life finds a way. Yeah, in a way. In a way, yes. To be honest, in a way, yeah, Minecraft. In a way, Minecraft, yeah, in a way, I'm the god of this world. Because I created it. In a way, I am the god of this world. And, you know, you've got animals in here that live here. So basically, they don't, those Minecraft sheep don't know that they're actually creatures. They actually think they're real. Those sheep would think they're real. It's true. It is true. I just thought of a view. Look, yeah, they didn't actually, the three wise men didn't actually follow a star. A historical, a document from a old historic, because obviously back in them days, China and India were the two most powerful countries on the world. China and India were really powerful. A historical document in China found saw about a shooting star. There was a comet, or a comet or a shooting star. It was reported around the same time in China because basically a lot of people wrote it down in historical books at the same time, and it was going west. It was going west. West. So, star of wonder, star of bright, star of royal beauty, bright, westward leading, still proceeding. So in the eye, they were following in the concept. West where the sun rises. Yeah, they say in the song, like in the song Westward Leading. So basically, they were really following a comet. They were really following like a comet or a shooting star, which because all these documents in China document seeing a shooting star that came over China, and then if it goes west, it would have landed in they would have seen it in the Middle East. So the three wise men would have probably followed the white star. Oh, my back. My shoulders are a little sore today. Yeah, I think our governments know a lot more than they let on. I think our governments know a lot more than they let on. Well, no, not that Jesus is the God, but he was the son of God, the prophet. But he pretty much he is the messenger. He is the messenger. Yes, there is. I do know. There's a lot more, but no one knows the full picture. Well, no one knows the full picture, but the governments do know the full. The governments do know the full picture. The governments do know the full picture, but only certain bits. So, like, the US president does know. Like, they say, don't they? Even US presidents were knowing. Even US presidents were on a need-to-know basis. But the US president's the most powerful person in the United States. Like, he knows. Like, you might as well tell them. It would change the course of history. It's an interesting one. So I think the whole world, it would, you know, if they revealed aliens tomorrow, if they revealed what they knew tomorrow, it would change the course of history. It would change the course of history. Like all these years of all the UFO spottings and things, it would change the course of history. It would change the course. Well, it would change the course of human existence. whether we're alone in the universe. Of course, a lot of people will try and prove it's a hoax first. A lot of people will try and prove it's a hoax first. But yeah, there is a race to reverse alien tech, allegedly, between China, Russia, even the United Kingdom. Like, I'm convinced. That's why I'm convinced about the 31 Atlas thing. If it wasn't an alien spacecraft, why was every single satellite in the world looking at it? Yeah, so I'm convinced with the new yeah, I have heard of it. Galactic nations. Yeah, but they would be galactic. They would be galactic. They would be galactic. But 0 to 60 wouldn't kill somebody. 0 to 60 wouldn't kill someone because roller coasters sometimes go 0 to 60. But I think I've seen a UFO, guys. I think I've seen a UFO where basically I saw a bright light in the sky and then it just I saw a bright light in the sky and then it disappeared. 2 seconds. No, but I've seen a roller coaster. I've seen a roller coaster. I've seen a roller coaster go. I saw a roller coaster go 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. Instantly transported, but that's teleport. 60 miles. That would be teleportation. That wouldn't be 2 seconds. That'd be like teleportation. Well, alien spacecraft. So basically, Swiss. There's been a lot of rumours in recent years that they reckon the United States, the United Kingdom, know about aliens. They're convinced that the United States, in the last few years, they're convinced that the United States and the United Kingdom have known about aliens for decades, and they've kept it secret. There was a documentary done recently. There was a documentary done recently where former U.S. government officials were sort of explaining what they know, and bend space time. Yeah, time travel. It is time travel is possible, but I think you. I don't think you can. I don't think it's possible to go backwards in time. You can only go forwards. I think you can only go forwards. Time travel's possible, but only if you go forwards. But only if you go like forwards. Oh god. I don't know. But yeah, bending space-time, yeah, you could do time travel. It's incredible. Like Hyperloop's a real interesting one. Hyperloop. Yeah. Teleport first. Yeah. Well, there's a way. I think, like if you were to go near a black hole, if you were to go near enough to a black hole that you can get out of its orbit, because of black holes, obviously time slows down around a black hole. They said if you were trapped there a minute, you could go back and time would have changed 10 years. You come back 10 years after you left. For you it could have been 10 minutes, but for Earth it could have been 10 years. Yeah, so you come back and Earth will have aged 10 years. It's the same as if you're in gravity. If you're on the moon, not on the moon. If you're in on a space station, if you're on a space station, you will be a bit taller. You will come back taller. If you're on a space station, you will come back tall. You'll be taller in space than you are. You'll be taller in space. If you go incredibly far out, you look at the Earth, you might see the dinosaurs because the light from Earth hasn't reached that area yet. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. What was I thinking about? Yes, like in space, you could gain. In astronauts can grow by about 2 to 5 centimeters while in space. This change is not permanent. It happens because the spine stretches in the absence of Earth's gravity. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I saw a joke the other day that aliens stopped trying to go to this planet because of how silly we are. Aliens stopped trying to contact humans because they got bored. They realised that we were just. But it is true, you know, humanity, we bicker too much over silly shit. Oh, you don't believe the same thing I do. You don't believe the same thing I do. I believe in this God, you believe in that God. I don't care. You got to die for it. All the silly little petty shit that's basically that humans do. We could honestly, we could end all wars. I could end all wars tomorrow. I could end all wars tomorrow. And I could end all wars tomorrow. Just be like, fucking grow up. Come on, you're fucking 60. You're fucking 50. Grow a pair. Literally, you can grow. Now, how tall is everybody? How tall is everybody here? Literally, in space, you could grow up to 5 centimeters. So some people could be. You can be 2 inches taller in space. In space, you'll be 2 inches taller. Because obviously your spine's all outright. Because your spine's obviously all stretched out properly. Yeah, you can be 2 inches taller. So if you're 5'10", you'd be 6 foot. If you're 5'9", you'd be 5'11". So basically, if you're 6'5", you'll be 6'7". Fucking, I didn't realise that one. I walked into that one. If you were 6'4", well, there wouldn't be need to progress, but it would be progress. It would be progress on certain stuff. It's not that there would be need to progress. No. Well, we wouldn't be competing over if money didn't exist. But money isn't the problem. Everyone needs money because obviously it's jobs and things like that. Money causes wars, yes, but religion is the biggest causer of wars. Because every person that's in charge of like religions cannot understand that other people have different opinions. And that's always the thing. All these religious wars back in the day were caused by invasions. All these religious wars were caused by invasions. So obviously, it's a really interesting point to hear. Like, no motivation, but that's not motivation. Like, if we were all united, there would be progress because it would all be it would be united. It would be united progress. It would be progress on things like, you know, ending poverty, ending world hunger, climate change, with everyone on the same page. With everyone on the same page, it would be that type of progress, rather than the racists would hate it. But no, they probably wouldn't though, Swiss, because racism is caused by division. Racism's caused by division. So basically, like anti-Semites are people that hate the Jewish religion. But if all the religions suddenly started to listen to each other and stop arguing and agreed to disagree, you wouldn't have racism. We're not perfect. Well, no one's perfect enough. But the problem is no one's willing to accept it. No one's willing to accept that the other person has an opinion. Like, for example, there's a hootar in the UK at the moment because this guy's been allowed in the UK. There's a hootar about it because he said on social media that people should go out and kill British police officers. And yeah, that's the whole thing. You've got people like that basically say horrid stuff to try and egg people on to do it. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Nobody's perfect, but we've got to. The humanity has got to call out bad people. They've got to call out bad people. They've got to stop protecting them and call them out. It's a really interesting point. But yeah, guys, to actually rebuild, to make the world a better place, people need to start to listen to each other and just agree that basically they're not gonna, that people have different opinions. You know, we could be working on how to stop pollution. We could be working on how to stop pollution, how to, do that. But because of obviously pettiness, half of the other people don't care. Well, no, I'm not saying about unite. I'm not saying about unite, but basically we end all these petty wars like Israel, Gaza. Israel, Gaza, Israel, Iran. End all those petty wars over religion. Oh, I don't agree with the same. I don't agree with the same thing. I don't agree with the same. I don't like you because you're religion, because you're this religion. I don't like you because that's your God. This is my God. All that shit. Because I'm not talking about we unite the world into one banner. I'm saying about I'm saying we get all the country. We get all the countries in there in one room. That stuff is incredibly annoying. But yeah, it's religion that's the problem. Religion is the problem. Every country has religious people that obviously don't like the other religion. I just like war a lot. But yeah, but the problem is, money is a part of war, is a problem of war, but it's normally religion. Religion has caused 99% of wars. 99% of all wars in history have been caused by religious differences. I don't say religion isn't the problem. It is. Like religion caused every single problems. Like that's what the Falklands Wars. So the Falklands Wars and like the So you had the Falklands Wars of like you had the Falkland Wars in the 1912, and a lot of them, I think a lot of that was caused. You had the Falklands Wars of like 1912. You had the Falklands Wars back in like the 1912, and that was basically more traditional Christian. You had the Falklands Wars of the 1912s. That was more basically that was more like more Christian countries trying to save themselves from Ottoman view. Most wars have been caused by religious differences. People's Problem, not the book. But I'm not saying it's the book. I'm saying though, a lot of cultures have completely opposites. So all religions contradict each other. Every religion we've ever had in this planet contradicts another religion. So, which is why there's always been wars between them. So religion causes all the wars because every single religion contradicts the other one. Like in Christianity, Jesus is a messenger and the Son of God. That would cause a war. Saying that he's just a prophet, he's just a messenger, not the Son of God, would cause a war somewhere. Because every religion contradicts each other. That's what causes the war. That's what causes wars. Which 99%... Let's have a look. Yeah, it says here religion is very much often this very significant in most wars. So, for example, you had the Crusades or the 30 Years' War, and most of them were over religion. Like the Crusades. In my religion, I don't know, but what people, I don't know what people, but they hated Christianity so much they messed up there. But it's like the Crusades. The Crusades in the 11th century, in the 12th century. The Crusades in the 12th century was all about all of that was religious wars. The Crusades was about fighting. I think it was the Ottomans. Was it the Ottomans? Like the Crusades. Here we go. Oh no, it wasn't the Ottomans then. So like the Crusades, like there was a lot of Crusades. There was, it was launched by the Pope. So you had the First Crusade, for example. The First Crusade was launched by the Pope. And it was about returning the Holy Land to the Christians. The whole war, it lasted 3 years. And the Crusades was about forcing the Holy Land had been conquered by the Rashidun Caliphate in the 7th century. The whole thing of the whole war of the Crusades was they tried to force the Muslims out of Jerusalem, out of the Holy Land. Every single war was caused by it. So basically, that was 300 years of wars between them about who controlled the Holy Land. That's what I mean. Like a lot of wars, religions played a significant part in it. Like the Crusades, they were just trying to get back at each other. Well, I think everything had the same message, but they all did have the same message. Every religion, history is so fascinating. Yeah, like the Holy Land. The Holy Land was invaded. The Holy Land was invaded in the 7th century. 300 years later, the Christians decided to try and conquer it back, and then it started all the different crusades that they had for 400 years. But every country, every religion had its own style crusade where they tried to take land. I do play Everlands. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Yeah, based on what you just said, Swift, about you believe that they were all one message at the start, which they were, because all three religions came from the same spot. But the thing is, they all picked different parts. It split off into different believers. It split off into different groups, like how humanity did initially. humanity split off, started as like a group of apes, then split off, then split off, then split off again. Like I think that's how it worked. It started out as one. It started out as one, but then it split into three with an auto clicker. Cool. But every single thing like that has always started like, for example, FC United came from Manchester. FC United was made by the Man United fans that basically disapproved of. We were just human, yeah. Well, race still existed. Race still existed because race is not a thing. In the terms of race is what we are. So humans, because we're called the human race. Because the race is the name of the species. Race is not a terminology. Race is based on the name of the species. So we're called the human race. Officially, our name is Homo sapien. Which there was more. There was Homo neanderthal, Homo erectus, Homo habilis. There was even one called Homo hobbit. There was even one called Homo hobbit because they stood only about 1.5 meters. They stood only about 1.5, 1.4 meters. So some of you guys watching this stream would literally some of you guys watching this stream, Homo hobbit would probably be up to your leg. Because Homo hobbit stood only about 3'2", which is why they called him Homo hobbit. Well, no, officially their name is Homo florensis, but they named it Homo hobbit after Lord of the Rings. And they reckon that Homo hobbit went extinct after the arrival of modern humans in the island of Java. But yeah, I'm probably going to end the stream soon, guys, because I'm knackered. But yeah, and plus Everton are on in an hour. Actually, shall I look at the Everton lineup quickly? I should look at the Everton lineup quickly, shouldn't I? I heard that during Noah's Ark, he grabbed all the animals and stuff in his son's book. One son. But then that's if you believe it, though. That's if you believe it, though, Swiss. Because that's just on a religious point. Yes, there's the thing for that. But on a historical science, on an actual scientific point. No man can. It's not proven. No, because it wasn't Europeans. Because Africans, that's completely not that. That's all been disproven though as well. That has been disproven. It's basically wherever you come from. So it's because of human adaptation. So only 100 humans left roughly Africa. Basically, the humans that stayed in Africa adapted and became the modern day Africans. Some of the humans, as they left Africa, some of them opted to stay in certain areas, so they all adapted to that part of the world. Humans are the only species that have adapted to all parts of the world. You know, there's people that live on the ocean, on houses on the ocean. Humans are the only species that have adapted to all parts of the world. It's basically using Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Well, it's a weird one. There has to be a first human. There has to be a first human, which is true. But they have found a fact which proved a fact that proved Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. They found a gene in apes. They found a gene in apes that basically relates They found a gene in humans that they share with apes, which means means they are related. So eventually, if you keep going back and back and back and back, eventually modern day apes, modern day humans emerge from the same thing. No, the monkey stuff hasn't been disproved. The monkey stuff is not disproved. Basically, it's disproved in a way by religious scholars, but they have no proof on why it's disproven. Yeah, the monkey stuff's not disproved because there's scientific evidence by thousands of scientists, by hundreds and thousands of scientists that have proved it. Basically, it's mainly religious scholars who say it's been disproven, but there's no actual evidence it's been disproved. If anything, it's actually been proved that there was that the monkey thing is true. And if you look at a monkey is the only animal that has if you actually look at a chimpanzee, if you actually look at a chimpanzee, chimpanzees are the only animals that have a similar mouth, nose and eyes. It's weird. It's similar. So why didn't those monkeys evolve? Because we adapted from... We didn't adapt from them. So basically what's happened is genes. What's happened is that it's not about adaptation. It's basically like two suns. It's like two suns. You know, two suns look completely different. You know how not everything adapts. You know how a human marries someone and then marries someone, for example, has a child, and their child looks completely different to someone else's. So how the monkey thing sort of happens is obviously two children, they've had a kids, obviously, and that's how it happens. So obviously one eventually you're not related to them anymore because you go back so far. So they're completely different because of all the different genes, because of all the different changes. Because of all the different changes. I don't know, that doesn't sound promising. Yeah. But it's the thing of like how things change. So say you meet your great granddaughter, she will look completely different to you do. Because eventually everything, your DNA is completely gone. Basically, it just doesn't make sense to me. I think it's because you're quite young though, Swiss. Because you're quite young, like a lot of science, you don't really learn about a lot of the scientific stuff until you're older. But a lot of it doesn't make sense when you're younger. But yeah, so basically, say, you know when you're do you have a sibling? Do you have a sibling, Swiss, like a brother or a sister? You look completely different to them. If so, you would look completely different to them, don't you? No, you wouldn't though, because eventually you mutate. So, for example, we've got a body part in... Yeah, you wouldn't just keep looking like monkeys because we'd mutate. Yeah, that's why. After generations and generations, we look completely different. That's why. So basically, we've got a body part in our stomach. We got a body part in our bodies. It's useless. We've got a body part in our bodies that's has evolved to the point that it's now useless, and we don't even know what it's for anymore. The appendix. The appendix. Yeah. Our tail is gone. Yeah, humans initially had tails. Well, humans did have tails because eventually humans initially lived in trees. Humans initially lived in trees. They started out as like a tree-based they started out as a tree-based species. Yeah, humans initially had tails because humans used to be a lot shorter. Humans got shorter, so it's basically that mutation. So basically, it will happen though. So if in 1,000 years' time, we will look completely different because health has improved, everything has improved. So for example, we were much taller 1,000 years ago. Yeah, appendix was used to digest raw meat, and now we've stopped eating raw meat. The appendix is generally shrinking. Yeah, I think the animals, and we're not native. No, we are native. We are native. We were an animal. We started out as an animal, but then we became a mammal. We are a mammal, which is basically that's another word for animal. Basically, monkeys, chimpanzees, gorillas are mammals. So we are native to this planet. We're mammals, which is there's different types of animal. So we're what you would call a mammal. But basically, what I meant was that the appendix, we've evolved so much that the appendix is now useful, is now useless. Well, yeah, but they said that's because some people can't accept that their belief might be wrong, that sort of thing. How are you? I'm really good, Camilla Bryan. How are you? But yeah, it's basically like let me think of a good example a second. Like early humans, for example, were much taller because we were hunter-gatherers. Because we were hunter-gatherers, early humans used to be much taller. Like the average human 10,000 years ago was like 5'10". Here we go. So the human height decreased when we were no longer needed to be hunter-gatherers. Average human height. Here, so the average early European hunter-gatherers were generally tall. They were 179 centimeters, while some groups in the African rainforests were shorter because Europe had richer diets because there was more stuff in Europe at the time. So, for example, the average human, after we adopted agriculture, yeah, humans were way taller back in the day. Humans were not way taller. Like the average human was 5'10", 10,000 years ago. But then 10,000 years ago, we noticed that you could grow stuff. We noticed that 12,000 years ago. But I think the monkey one is the most proven one. Because if there was an Adam and Eve, how would they how would they have children? But how would they have children? But how would Adam's kids have children? Because they had 3 sons. They had Abel, they had Cain, Abel, and Seth. So I think the Adam and Eve thing cannot possibly be, because there was no girls. If it started with Adam, how did they have children? Because there wouldn't have been females. There wouldn't have been a female. I think Adam and Eve, though. I think the Adam and Eve one started out as just a belief on how we could have started. I don't think it's... We can definitely look into inbreeding. Yeah, inbreeding would not have happened back in the day. Inbreeding would not have happened. Because inbreeding was punishable by death in those parts. Yeah, it happened so much when we're no longer related. Yeah. I think the theory of evolution makes more sense. Makes more sense because, you know, we've got our appendices. We've got our appendixes, which are a useless thing. If Adam and Eve was created, we would use absolutely everything. Our bodies would not have adapted. Our bodies would not have adapted to have this useless thing. Yeah, it does. They look like because they inbreed. Yeah. Yeah, inbreeding. There's no way you'd inbreed, because inbreeding makes it look worse. But that is kind of true. Like, ROA is right. If people inbreed, it does actually, it that's where you have really bizarre mutations. Yeah, if you see we were incredibly raw back then. But all those years of inbreed, if you did that, it wouldn't look natural. No, because you can't use chat, because chat doesn't exist. That's the thing. No one knows. That's the thing. No one knows, because the books were wrote hundreds of years ago. You know, half of it could have been made up because no one was alive. The books saying about Adam and Eve, they could have been completely falsified because they weren't wrote for 300, 400, 500 years later. They weren't bought. That wasn't for like 300, 400 years later when it was wrote. So you do not know exactly what happened. You've only heard stories about it from your ancestors, but over so many years, that story's been changed. I really like what Ridley Scott said about Napoleon. He said, after every single history book that's ever been wrote about Napoleon, how do you know how do you know that it's the truth? And it was kind of true. No, it's not inbreeding. It's because we didn't need to we didn't need to hunt our own animals anymore. We didn't have to hunt anymore. We could grow it. We could grow things like potatoes. We could grow things like potatoes, wheats. All those we could go to a more healthier diet. Basically, we got smaller, we got shorter because we no longer needed all that extra muscle because we didn't need to hunt. We relied heavily on meat at the time. We relied heavily on meat at the time because we didn't know about agriculture, being able to grow food. As soon as we were able to grow food, we didn't need all that muscle, so our bodies naturally decreased. Our bodies naturally decreased. Like But now now that our health and things started improving, we started going up again. It's a really bizarre one. But yeah, what I'm saying is that you can't prove anything, because it was all written thousands of years afterwards, hundreds of years. But actually, the Prophet Muhammad memorized the words over 23 years. Memorized the words because he couldn't read or write. The Prophet Muhammad, so obviously the Islamic prophet, he couldn't read or write, so he had to memorize the words for the Quran. That is true, yeah, he couldn't read or write. I remember reading, but his companions did. But he had to memorize it to sort of show them. Which that's what I found quite interesting when I learnt that in RE. When I learnt that in religious studies in school, I was like, well, how can you write some... because he's had to memorize them. I'm like, but he doesn't know how those words sound, so how's he memorized it? Because if he can't read or write, how does he memorize them? That's what I found quite interesting. Technically, in a way, it's not disrespectful. Technically, in a way, it's not disrespectful. Technically, you can make jokes about religion. You can technically make jokes about religion, because he wasn't aiming the joke. Technically, he was making a joke about being a prophet. Technically, it's not. It's a harsh joke, but it's because he's making a joke about religion. It's technically not disrespectful. Or not. Prophet was the last prophet. Yeah, that's the bit I never understood. Because he had to memorize the words. I'm like, well, how can you remember what the words look like? Because you can't read. But that's just a bit that I found quite interesting. To be honest, you could be a prophet from anything. Like, you know, you could technically be a prophet, because there's no rules that make you a prophet. Technically, he is right. He could technically be a prophet because there are no rules. He was a messenger. Yeah, but what I'm saying is technically ROA could be a prophet because there are no rules on who can be a prophet. There are no technical rules on who and what makes you a prophet. It's a really interesting one, because the word prophet means messenger. The word prophet means messenger, but so if you message someone, technically you're a prophet. If you get what I mean. Anyway, oh my back, God. Oh, I was gonna look at that Everton lineup, wasn't I? I was gonna look at that Everton lineup, wasn't I? I'm really fucking nervous. No Grealish? No Grealish. Who the fuck is Cal? Oh no, Grealish is on the bench. Good. Oh, okay, Barry, McNeil, Roll, Dibbling, Garner, Rabuna, Mikalenko, Tarkowski, O'Brien, Patterson, Pickford, Beto, Travers, Grealish, King, Asnu, Welch. Who the fuck is number 58? There's no fucking 58 on the bloody thing. There's a number by a... There's a fucking ghost playing for Everton. There's a ghost. Yeah, literally, it says 9, 12. Beto 9, Travers 12, Grealish 18, Tom King 31, Adam Masnu 39. Number 58, no one next to it. So whoever's number 58, their name's not appearing on the thing. Reese Walsh 64, Elijah Campbell 73, Callum Bates 92. But number 58, there's just no one there. So who's 58? Well, I don't think he's I don't think he's offended you. I think I understand what Orway's saying. I think he's trying to say that when it was all wrote down onto paper, it was a long time after it was reportedly said. So I think he's trying to say, how do you know that what was said was exactly what was written down? That's what I think he's trying to make. I think that's the point he's trying to make. I think that's what Orway's saying, is that asking is because the religious textbooks took so long to write, when they were wrote down, it was a long time after it was said. So how do they know that what was actually said, what was written down, what was said? I think that's what he's saying. It's the same as if I write a book, for example. If I write a book and I wrote down my note, and then I go to write what I've got a line in my head that I want to write, and then I don't go and write it till the next day. The line's going to be completely different because I would have forgot. It would have adapted in my head to something completely different. To be honest, what Orway said there is kind of true, though. You are kind of right. So basically, that's what I think, though. So, for example, some historical textbooks from thousands of years ago, you can't prove is true, because, for example, like Atlantis, the story of Atlantis, it was said to have been a few hundred years before. So the people that were alive when Atlantis was meant to have sunk weren't born. The people that were there when Atlantis reportedly sunk weren't alive, so it was basically just a myth. And it's obvious no one was alive who saw it. So the guy that wrote it, no one was alive when it was wrote. So like one of my favorite lines in a film is set. One of my favorite lines in a film is truth become legend. What? Truth becomes story. Story became legend. Legend became myth. During your next prayer. Yeah, no. That what we weren't really talking about religion. We were talking about how we were actually talking about something else. About we were talking about aliens. Ironically, we were talking about aliens. ROA. Me and another guy were talking about aliens, about how it's alleged that the British government and the United States know about aliens. Yeah, we were talking about aliens, but Swiss didn't understand what we were talking about, and it changed into like human adaptation. It changed into human adaptation. So obviously, I think most people nowadays, the majority of people nowadays, believe we evolved from monkeys based on the theory of evolution. It's the same as germ theory. When they discovered bacteria, no one believed it, and it took 40, 50 years for that sort of thing to come in. They all thought it was miasma. They thought it was bad air. And the four humours. the four humors. So back in the day, they used to stab people. Back in the day, they used to stab people and let blood out, thinking that it was a imbalance of elements in your body. But I said, things change over time. Like beliefs and societal norms change over time. Change over time. Anyway, guys, I will end this stream now because I'm knackered. So thank you for watching, guys. And I will see you all in the next one. No. No. So I think with Swiss, I think sometimes he basically believes. I think sometimes with Swiss, I think he sometimes believes everything he's seen in the textbook, but with the context of religious text, the context of all the religious textbooks are that it's more stories. You pick and choose what you believe. It's more of a guideline of how you should live your life. It's more of a guideline how to live your life than an actual set of rules about how to be a better person. But because I know Swiss is fairly young. I think when you're younger, you tend to believe everything you read is true, which is why when you're younger, you tend to believe everything you read is true. So basically, when you read an article saying the world's going to end. Well, they're not. Yeah, they're the way of living. They're the way of living. It's not exactly 100% what happened. It's more of a. I think it's more of a guideline about how to live your life. How to live your life as a good person. Yeah, it's more of a guideline. It's more of a guideline than a set of rules. It's more about this is how to live. This is how you can live your life as a good person. You be a good Christian. You be a good Muslim. You be a good Jew. You be a good this. It's more that. It's more that. But people look into it people look into it to like the guy that was on the stream earlier on, YouTuber Hubu. Literally, I asked everyone what was the last book they read, and he's only ever read the Bible. He's only ever read the Bible. So God bless you's a little bit. YouTuber Hubu who's in the stream is exactly the same, but he's the other way around. He basically thinks that he's got demons in him. He thinks he's got demons in him because whenever literally, he turned around and said he had a demon trying to talk through him, possessing him because he burped. Burping is a natural thing, but because he's obviously he's only ever read one thing, he basically thinks that he's possessed by the devil. The Romania guy. No, the guy's Armenian. He was in the stream earlier on. The guy that was trying to get a girlfriend. The guy that was trying to get a wife. That guy, he seems like a nice guy, but I think he's generally a bit clueless. That guy, he's a nice guy, but I think he's like autistic. I think he is, because he literally, he demanded to know why was I trying to. He literally asked me, are you trying to scare me because I had a picture of my book cover on the stream? I had a picture of my book, The Doll Maker, and it was a red blood hand. You trying to scare me? Blood. I'm like, yeah, so. And apparently I should write cute books. I'm like, what? So I'm like, yeah. The guy turned around and said to us on a stream. Oh, the guy turned around and said onto us on a stream about he doesn't want to go to the army, of the national service in Armenia, and he couldn't understand that. He thought he was going to die. Yeah, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's brainwashing. But I think sometimes religion plays too much a role in politics. Like, I think, like, the government of Palestine, the government of Israel should be about the people, not about the religious shit. I mean, I had that. Somebody asked me earlier on in the year. Somebody asked me my religious beliefs, and I said, "Oh, not religious." And then they turned around and said, "Well, you should, or because, or you should be burnt. You should, because non-believers are burnt to a stake." But they're from another country. That, yeah, you probably do that in another country. But in the UK, religion's dying out. In the UK, honestly, guys, in the UK, religion's dying out. 49% of the UK, 49% of the UK, literally like 30 to 40% of the UK now don't identify with any religion at all. It's a really interesting point of view that, yeah, religion's dying out in the UK. Well, no, Europe has always thrived because it's been like a haven for everyone. Europe's thrived because it's been a haven for everyone, much how like the United States thrived. The United States thrives because it's for everyone as well. But there's other countries, a part of the world where you can't run for government if you're Christian. You can't run for government if you're not Islamic. It's basically like that. But yeah, that's it. It's not about religion. It's about diversity. The world needs to be diverse, where basically everyone gets an opinion, but also no culture can overshadow the other culture. Well, Everton are on in 30 minutes. I'm going to end this stream, guys. Thank you for watching, guys, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye. I can't end the stream. Where's the button? No. It didn't end. Shit.